Java Hut, Java Hut welcomes locals and visitors alike with its healthy menu, friendly service, and great cup of coffee. Surf Dog and Java Hut were recognized by the award program for the many environmentally conscious actions they have taken over the past several years. In 2019, Java Hut became an accredited member of the Surfriders Ocean Friendly Restaurant Program. Java Hut meets and exceeds the city's single-use plastic ordinance by not using single-use plastic bags for takeout, even though the later code does not currently apply to restaurants. With the COVID shutdown, the owner took the opportunity to refurbish the Surf Dog residence and did so in accordance with Build It Green's Green Point rated gold standard. As part of the renovation, Java Hut and Surf Dog Records also became certified by the California Green Business Network. Some of the criteria for these accreditations include reducing water use, conserving energy, promoting sustainable commutes, preventing pollution, using non-toxic cleaners, avoiding waste, recycling, and hiring local vendors. Surf Dog and Java Hut are a shining example of what it means to be environmentally friendly in Encinitas. And I will say your new building is very beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like an opportunity to
This
say
is the
anything
same
about it?
place where we had to come to get all those approvals. So, environmental, consciousness is a family affair. This is my son, Mark, my wife, Susie. So we, just from the core, love this community. It's the best city in the world. North County's in our hearts. We're a family operation. We, so when we were building, it was obvious. We love the community. We love our oceans, especially the local ones where we get in it quite often, and love our planet. So it was all easy stuff to do. Didn't expect this, but we're really appreciative. Keep looking after our great city like you guys are. And just thank you very much.
We have a whole lot of residents here in Encinitas that are environmentally conscious and really take seriously this notion of environmental stewardship. And tonight we have three commissioners from our Environmental Commission who will present the awards to individuals, and that is Mark O'Connor, Robert Switzler, and Carol Parker.
I think you have 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3? Okay, so that's good.
Is Bella here? Did Bella make it? All right, Bella. Bella has the Youth Hero Award, and she goes to SDA, and she got an idea from making plastic, let's say adobe brick, out of used plastic bottles, and then all those wrappers that are so hard to recycle. She got a group together on campus, and they started to collect not only water bottles, but all these pieces of plastic. And the concept is you wedge it into the bottle to where it's solid, to where it makes a building block. And then she's going to create some seating around campus made out of these. So she's repurposing plastic, keeping it out of landfills by reusing it. So she was the person who was selected as the youth hero, and I'll make sure she gets that award. And then the we kind of have a plastic theme here, but the Adult Hero Award is Alessandro Franchetti. Alessandro. So Alessandro lives locally. His family is here. He's got a business here in town. He's an avid surfer locally. And about 16 years ago, after a holiday, while he was surfing, he turned around and came in and looked at the debris that people have a tendency to leave. And so he decided he was going to start picking it up. And he got more friends and family and people. And by word of mouth, it got bigger. About the same time, Surfrider Foundation was starting to do beach cleanups, and he joined Surfrider. So over 16 years now, that's some longevity, he has been down there once a month representing Surfrider, and countless of volunteers. We've estimated through our database about 10,000 volunteers have helped him. He supervised them, and he has such a demeanor about him of kindness. He really gets people coming back. And Also, by those tallies that we take, it's about 4,000 pounds of debris. Now, we have one of the most beautiful, pristine beaches anywhere. This stuff washes up, does get left behind by parties and groups that don't pick up after themselves. So 10,000 people, 4,000 pounds, over 16 years. That data is used for policy when people come and talk to councils about why we ban straws or different products. And so that data is huge also of what they do at these cleanups. So Moonlight is its gem, and it's thanks to Alessandro and all those volunteers. So very well deserved.
Yeah, just want to say thank you so much to this vibrant city. Like Dave just mentioned, it's just an amazing city to live in and be a part of. And I just want to share with everybody that this city is one of the leaders in not just the state of California, but also the country. And I think we set a lot of standards and policies that other cities emulate. And this program that you're doing with the Environmental Commission is wonderful, and it's a great platform to just spread the message across the country. And hey, even the world, that, you know, some guy who just wants to show up and clean up a beach can keep doing it and get some recognition for it. And thanks to Surfrider as well for them who you know, helped structure and organize the cleanups and keep them going for so long. So just an honor to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Very good. Okay. Our second presentation tonight is going to be a presentation on the acidification of the ocean by some two San Diego Academy High School students, and their teacher, Ashlyn Hall, is going to come up now and give us a little information about an assignment that I've had the opportunity to participate in grading for the last couple of years. And so one of the things that I like a lot about this particular assignment is even a knucklehead like me understands it gets distilled down to really be pretty elemental and fundamental and pretty obvious we have a problem. So if you could come up and talk a little bit about how students get their assignments.
Sure. This one? Yeah? Oh, that's definitely the one. Hi, I'm Ashlyn Hall. I'm a chemistry and physics teacher at San Diego Academy. Currently, I teach chemistry there. In our science courses across the district, though, what we do is we incorporate earth and environmental science as well, though. So we incorporate into biology, chemistry, and physics, that really core curriculum there. In chemistry, specifically, what we've been looking at is how humans have impacted both the atmosphere in terms of global warming, but also the ocean in terms of ocean acidification. So what we did for our last project for our students is they researched a specific animal in the ocean that's being impacted by ocean acidification, which is what humans have created, unfortunately. They created a presentation, and a lot of people from the community, like Mr. Kranz, a lot of actually city council members from previous years as well as our last mayor came in. They grade them on their science and their presentation skills, so they get kind of both kind of grading systems. And today we have two wonderful SDA students who have very proudly and confidently come up here today to kind of tell you what their marine animal is, why it's being affected, and why it's a problem. So we kind of wanted to showcase that.
So while their presentations about oysters, there were presentations about urchins and all sorts of other sea critters. So how do they pick their sea critters?
Normally by cuteness, if I'm being honest. Some kids will do, I mean, just being straightforward. There's always one called the moss animal. It's hideous. It's always last pick, but someone always gets it. But sometimes kids are really interested in stuff coming in, but it is just by choice, by what they've done some research on. They get a day to look at the data and see what most interests them, and just by student choice.
Great. So now if students Miles Dorham and Noah Ratzicott could come up. And This year we did the presentations in the media center up at the high school, and they had laptops that were there available to present, and they had a 5-minute time limit, and we're watching that now. But if you could give us your presentation, I would appreciate it.
All right, our project is on ocean acidification affecting oysters. I'm Noah Rassicott.
And I'm Miles Dorham. Okay, so how is the ocean becoming more acidic? So the ocean is becoming more acidic due to carbon emissions. So we humans release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and 30 to 40% of this carbon dioxide actually goes back into the ocean. And once it's in the ocean, it reacts with water to create carbonic acid. And then carbonic acid breaks down again and then again to form bicarbonate and then carbonate. So when it breaks down to form carbonate, it actually releases 2 hydrogen ions. And acidity is actually measured by hydrogen ion content. So if we increase the hydrogen ion content, the acidity is increased.
All right, so what are oysters exactly? Oysters are a shellfish that live in salty or brackish coastal waters. They begin as a larva and attach themselves to a hard or smooth surface and begin creating their shells. To create their shells, they secrete proteins and minerals from their surrounding environments, and these shells are primarily made of calcium carbonate.
Okay, so how does ocean acidity affect oysters? So there are 2 things that oysters need to form their shells, and it's calcium and carbonate. So calcium is not usually a problem for oysters, as there's an abundance of calcium in the ocean, but the problem is carbonate. So there are more hydrogen ions in the ocean, and these hydrogen ions combine with carbonate to create bicarbonate. The problem is that oysters cannot use bicarbonate to form their shells. They need carbonate. So they need to break down bicarbonate, and this takes time and energy. And the loss of this valuable time and energy, unfortunately, results in unhealthy shells for the oysters.
All right, so what does that mean for us? Oysters are filter feeders, which means they can filter up to 50 gallons of water a day. They filter out pollutants such as nitrogen and phosphorus from our oceans, keeping our oceans clean. The decline in oyster population would result in more ocean pollution over time. They also provide food and habitat for other marine life. This means that if oysters are dying off, it would create an unbalanced ecosystem.
Okay, this all sounds pretty bad, but we actually have a solution. So our solution is ocean alkalinization. So we suggest the implementation of limestone into the ocean. So this would take place with limestone powder, actually, which is called lime. And limestone powder is comprised mainly of calcium carbonate. And this is actually exactly what oysters and other calcifiers need to form their shells. So if there's more calcium carbonate in the ocean, then oysters will have an easier time making their shells, and they will be more healthy.
The abundance of calcium carbonate in the ocean would create a chemical shift in the equilibrium to the left, which would result in more carbonate being available in the oceans. In turn, this would result in less hydrogen ion concentration, and in turn, it would result in the decrease of our ocean's acidity, therefore saving oysters.
Thank you, that's it.
Very good. So, Jem, what grade are you in?
Going in 11th grade.
All right.
Same.
You too? Okay. It's summertime, right? Do good things this summer. I appreciate you coming here to make this presentation, and we're counting on you young folks to help us save the world, so get smart.
All right, thank
Yeah,
you.
we're happy to be here.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Now we move on to oral communications.
And we do have several. I'll call you 3 at a time, and just a reminder, oral communications, you have 3 minutes, and this is to talk about items that are not listed on the agenda. First speaker is Susan Turney, followed by Ellen Burr, and then Kathleen Lindeman.
Susan Turney, Leucadia. Many Encinitans are aware of resident Jeff Morris's social media attacks on certain residents. My friend Viv and I, and council members, were among his targets. Concerned about Morris's escalating language, Viv emailed local detective Sean Zappia with details and exhibits. She copied San Diego County Sheriff Kelly Martinez, County District Attorney Ben Barlow, the council, and Mayor Kranz. So it came as a shock to Viv and me when we learned recently that Mayor Kranz's first response to her email was to forward it to resident Garvin Walsh. From there, the media was contacted in an effort to have our very sensitive information made public. Tony, here's your email to Walsh. The red arrows indicate the to and from, and the green underlines show that just 2 hours elapsed between receiving and forwarding Viv's email. You wrote to Walsh almost 2 hours before contacting Sheriff's Captain Lawrence and City Manager Antill. Why did he have priority over them? Walsh has told people that he was your de facto campaign manager, and that may explain it. Why did you leak such confidential information? Exposing us would have put even bigger targets on our backs, and you could potentially have interfered with an ongoing police investigation. What did you hope to gain? Your introduction to Walsh was simply, quote, per your PRA, Public Records Act request. Well, per city staff, there was no such request. Why did you make this up? You actually did so twice, emailing Walsh the same day you received it, and again just last week. You'll probably say that what you did was legal, but can you say that it was right? How should residents feel knowing that you intentionally mishandle serious constituents' concerns? Ironically, you're all proposing a public safety commission tonight. You might add to its scope a council code of conduct. Equally ironic is tomorrow night's League event at the library titled Threats Against Public Officials, What Can Be Done? I'd rather know what can be done when the threats come from our public officials.
This would be a good opportunity to remind everyone that when you send an email to the city council, it is a public record. And when it's requested, it gets distributed per that request.
Good evening, council. Budget. Wasn't going to be here, so needs to be taken care of. This is weird. Short-term rentals. I discovered the other day that whatever had come out last year during all the storm and drain is still sitting somewhere because it has to be forwarded to the Coastal Commission, and I was told that it has not been forwarded to the Coastal Commission because apparently there is a limit to the number of things that can be forwarded to the Coastal Commission on an annual basis. I don't know. But if that is the case, we need to figure out what the queue is and the process. And if it hasn't been forwarded, then I don't see how you can raise the rates you're asking people to pay to register or anything for that. EDCO, it's been 2 years now since the low-hanging fruit was taken from the public and the franchise fee was doubled. A report is long overdue, and I realize that some of this money may be in the budget information, but we need a report saying what is the participation, how much greenhouse gas has been either sequestered or converted into something that was usable, how much money has come in for franchise fees, and where's it gone and what's it been spent for. Glen Park, I was at a presentation about the ADA the other day, and it's wonderful, except $300,000 to $400,000 for the benefit of 2 spaces, which there is no guarantee that those spaces will ever be used by anyone in a wheelchair, because it doesn't have to be, is a lot of money to be spending this year in this budget. It's been sitting around for a long time. There are other things wrong with that park, horrible drainage, whatever that curb is around the side. Yeah, there are a few things that can be done, like a proper ramp to get in, filling up potholes, but to spend $300,000 to $400,000 at this point in time is a waste. Finally, the mobility update. As far as I know, the final update has not come back to the council. I believe it's been a year since it was at the Mobility Commission. Then there was a public hearing, people went to a meeting, and then some more information was prepared. But there is absolutely, the only thing that comes close to providing a mobility manager to go into Parks and Rec is item 1.5, mode shifts. Support and prioritize the increased use of alternative mobility modes, including public transit, bicycle, walking, and ride sharing, with all programs and facilities that support the mode shift consistent with relevant state, regional, and local plans. And we don't even have a plan yet. So I don't know what happened to Mr. Lorbier, where he's gone.
Thank you.
$150,000 for that is a bit rich.
Next speaker is Kathleen Lindeman, followed by Alan Bergman, and then Brenna Fleeners and Kyle Olson.
Your information, so you are higher on learning curve. You should have it all.
Hi, Kathleen Lindeman, Leucadia. I'm here tonight to recommend a book that was recommended to me. But first I want to show you my preferred reading. Amanda Gorman, Dresden Plate Quilt Blocks. Lisa C., latest book, hot off the press. Isabella Allende in Espanol, Violeta. It's very good in English also. And I have put all of this reading aside so that I can, until I finish this book. This is a New York bestseller list book, How Civil Wars Start and How to Stop Them, written by Barbara F. Walter, a Civil War history professor from our own UCSD. In our current unsettling times, from local to global, this is an important book for all of us to read. We can all learn from history and research. By the way, How Civil Wars Start is available at our local Barnes & Noble. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. I'm Alan Bergman. I'm the co-chair of Entertainment Division at Disney. And as you know, Disney's a place for magic. And unlike us jaded adults, children still believe in magic. And we've spent 100 years cultivating our brand. This is our 100th anniversary, building a brand that's been trusted and loved by families for generations. And with that trust, we've been inserting queerness into our films and television shows, first as LGBTQ background characters, more recently in leading roles and plot points. And few parents know that 2 years ago for LGBT Pride Month, we aired on Disney Plus, our streaming service, the Disney Drag Queen Extravaganza to introduce queer ideologies and sexualities to children to encourage them to experiment. And We're proud of our perfect DEI score, our diversity, equity, and inclusion score, but we always try to go above and beyond what is expected. So I'm proud to announce that we're going to be opening this summer a series of Disney-themed pediatric transgender clinics for children across the country. As you know, there's still a tremendous stigma against parents changing the gender of their children, particularly those who are raising their children as gender non-binary and using they-them pronouns. So we're confident that with our Disney-branded puberty blockers, cross-sex hormone therapy, and Disney character-themed clinics that we can help normalize these ideas and bring them mainstream. Other brands like Bud Light, Gillette, and Pantene have paved the path, but we're proud to take the lead and bring us into the New World Order. At Disney, we support a woman's right to choose, and that means the right to choose their children's gender. And there is a tremendous stigma against this, and we're going to do everything that we can to bring this forward. We want to thank Joe Biden, Vice President, the Assistant Health Secretary, Rachel Levine, an amazing woman. And notice I didn't say transgender woman. I said woman. She's a real woman. And every patient that comes into the clinic will be given a season pass to any of the Disney theme parks. And just for coming in for a consultation, which is free, they'll be given a 6-month subscription to Disney Plus, our streaming service. So we're really looking forward to having the parents bring in the children, and we'll really take care of them. And we look forward to seeing them. And I don't have time for any questions, but I just want to thank everybody for your support.
Great job. Wonderful.
Thank you.
A fine demonstration of the use of the First Amendment, which is what oral communications is an example of.
Next speaker is Brenna Fleener and Kyle Olson, followed by Katie Papaniak, and then Suzanne Hume.
Hello, council members. Good evening. This might tie in nicely to the conservation talks earlier, but I'm Brenna Fleener. This is Kyle Olson. We are here to introduce Neptune Days and invite you all to join us for our first ever ocean event at Moonlight this August. Kyle and I are lifeguards here in Encinitas, so we're part of the Department of Marine Safety. When we're not on the beach, we're also both on the board of the Encinitas Life Saving Association, which is the nonprofit arm of our Encinitas lifeguards. And as our association, we work on 3 main areas of activation. One is general beach safety programming. The other is Learn to Swim programming, with the idea that we're trying to prepare kids in our community to join the junior lifeguard program. And then the third is ongoing first responder education. So that's where all of our member dues and all of our fundraising efforts go towards. We're really, really excited this year to be putting on Neptune Days. It's the first time we've tried our hand at an ocean event. It's the first real public surf, swim, and ocean festival we've had in Encinitas. So we're hoping this will kind of bring us up to par with the Del Mar Powerhouse Swim and the La Jolla Rough Water Swim and the Oceanside Pier Swim that happen every year. We would love to see you all there, so just wanted to get it on your radar, whether you'd like to volunteer or spectate or participate. Kelly has done us the honor of already signing up, so we're stoked she'll be in the water. But we'll be there August 18th and 19th at Moonlight. There will be a lifeguard competition on Friday the 18th, 2 different swim events on the 19th, a Moonlight Mile and a 2-mile relay swim. And all of the proceeds from the event are going to go directly back into the community through the ELA. So we'll funnel all of the funding back into swim programs and first responder education. So wanted to just get it on your radar. We would also love to ask for your support in just spreading the word. If you could do anything for us on that front, we would love your help. Just getting it off the ground this year and sharing it with your communities, whether it's through social or newsletters or just one-on-one chats, we would really, really appreciate your support in any way you can lend it to us. So thank you all so, so much for everything you do, and we hope we'll see you in the water on the 18th.
Thank you.
Good evening. I hate to read, but I'll have to because I'm always afraid I'll forget something. But, I'm Katie Papagnac. My career's been working with youth. And that's why when you saw these two boys up here tonight about the science project, amazing. As a corny little bit of history, Rob Machado was in my 7th grade class at Oakcrest. So I don't take credit for that child, but it makes me look really old. Okay. So I came here tonight to thank you for your support letter for the AB, I shouldn't forget this, 1207. So that's called the Cannabis Candy Child Safety Act. And I really appreciate the city manager's office and Portland Bates. Now, I don't know if one of you is Portland. No. See, I haven't met Portland yet. But I know Portland did a lot of work on this project. So AB 1207 honors the promises and intent of Prop 64 to keep marijuana and its products out of the hands and the bodies of children. There's been a significant increase in the number of children being rushed to emergency departments due to accidental ingestion of marijuana products that mimic brands of candy, soda, and snacks that kids look for. At Rady's Children's Hospital, children under 10 testing positive for THC has quadrupled since 2016, and mostly from edibles found in their own homes. AB 1207 will prohibit the sale, manufacture, packaging, labeling, and marketing of cannabis products attractive to children. It will also prohibit marketing of cannabis products intended for inhalation as flavors, just as SB 9331 did with tobacco. Flavored tobacco such as Juul. So Solana Beach, Del Mar, Carlsbad have also sponsored such letters, written support letters, and the Board of Supervisors has unanimously voted to have a letter of the same. The bill is passed out of Assembly and will be heard in Senate Business, Professions, and Economic Development on July 3rd. And as one of your environmental persons said, I had the same thought. Again, Encinitas stands out as a leader for the safety of our community and youth by supporting the bill. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Suzanne Hume, followed by Scott Campbell, and then Geraldine Kessler.
Good night, or good evening, sorry. It will be after we all go. Has it just been a really long day for you? Has been for me. My name is Suzanne Hume. I'm the educational director and founder of cleanearthforkids.org, and I loved the presentation tonight. It was just fabulous. The wonderful youth and people getting awards, that's amazing. And I walked out to say congratulations, and I'd forgotten that I have a lung condition because I was poisoned by pesticides used near my home. And I forgot about that because when I walked in tonight, the fires, the wood-burning fires from Moonlight Beach, which are 0.3 miles from here, which is about 586 yards, has traveled over here, and I had trouble entering the building. So when I walked out excitedly, getting closer, and I'm like, wait a minute. Anyway, so these are beautiful children. These are important lives. So it's very important that we stop the fires at Moonlight Beach right now. PM2, there's no safe level of PM 2.5. PM 2.5 crosses or goes through the nose, is breathed in, crosses the blood-brain barrier, and increases stillbirth, pre-birth, low birth weight babies, SIDS, Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's. I can go on. This is what I do every day since I was poisoned and gave up my teaching job. As you know, I work for free because this work is so important and there's not enough people doing it. So we really need to come together. So we need to ban the fires at Moonlight Beach. That's just a fact. We saw the impact of wildfire smoke in Canada blowing down through New York, all over the East Coast, and going down to my home state of Missouri. Going through there, we can see this. If you follow us, cleanearthforkids.org, on Instagram stories or on Twitter, yes, we're still on Twitter, you will see that we post daily about the harms of wood smoke. We are followed by the United Nations, several people there, including the Director of Public Health, Dr. Maria Naira. She posts all the time about the harm of wood smoke and PM 2.5. Encinitas is an environmental leader in many areas in the area of plastics, for sure, and super happy and proud of our consultant, Jim Wong, and former Encinitas Environmental Commissioner, done such amazing work, and we benefit from that at Clean for Kids, for sure. But we need to move forward and protect clean air. It's so important every breath we take. Burning 10 pounds of wood in 1 hour creates the same cancer-causing PAHs as 6,000 packs of cigarettes. Do you really want the kids breathing that? I don't think so. Anyhow, please look at our video that was presented by Judith. She created the video, a youth board member. It's on Clean Earth for Kids, Team 3, Clean Air Saves Lives. Thank you.
It's really nice with not the glass. My name is Scott Campbell. I live in District 1. Good evening, council, and many of the staff that I've had the pleasure to meet in the last few months. I'm here to talk about a bunch of things that are kind of all on the agenda, but you don't want me to stop everything. But first off, this weekend on Saturday night and Sunday night at the Alea Maria Hotel, there was large events. I don't really know what they were doing, but the parking valets just blatantly park in the fire zone and in the no parking areas and the bike lanes. They just blatantly park there, and then they shuttle off to the parking ride, putting more pressure on the famous La Casa Boulevard. I wanted to bring that to your attention. In the minutes, there's reference to property negotiations at 100 and 200 Carlsbad Boulevard. And I asked the mayor to come clean right now and tell us what your intent is for that property. Okay, let's move on. There's a thing about maintenance agreement for the new bike lane parallel with the freeway. That's great. Can we get one for the scuzzy street dining areas? I understand that they're being inspected by code enforcement, but let's be proactive on this. There's the thing about the fire station mold. Isn't this the second station now this year? Something's going on. I asked the council to investigate further. There's money going in for the San Alejo Bridge. It's falling apart. But there's another bridge that's maybe even more important to the city, and that's the Leucadia I-5 crossing with exposed rebar on both sides and rubble. What is the risk that we're taking if we don't fix that immediately? Do we want to close the freeway? Do we want to be known as the city that closed the freeway because we didn't fix a bridge? I asked the council to move that intersection or that bridge up in the CIP priority list. The gas ban suspension, I had to channel Nelson. Actually, we need diversity. Diversity's on the agenda tonight too. But we need diversity of energy sources. We can't just depend on electricity. Gas works when there's no electricity, so we need a balance. This is actually a good thing if you support that. I urge you to do that. Legislative policy letters, I got a few bit of time. I urge you to oppose SB 423, which extends the hated SB 35, which is the builder's remedy. We're under pressure, RHNA. And SB 423 increases our pressure to comply and to have these houses available. We don't want that. We need local control. So please come up with a legislative policy letter to oppose this. I guess I'm out of time, but I still got 10 seconds. Yeah, the whole building thing, the by right is divisive and is tearing our community apart. So once again, please oppose SB 423. Thank you.
Scott, thanks. We have had a couple closed session meetings talking about Surfers Point / Hippie Hill, and there's no news to report. And I can tell you that if the city is successful in its negotiations, there'll be a lot of public conversation, and the council will come up with a decision about what to do.
Thank you. We're just so curious. Thank you. Thank you for coming clean, though.
Next speakers, Geraldine Kessler, John Bodorf, and then Lori Green.
I would like to speak about the potential density bonus housing project on Melba Road that is slated to take down 175 trees, 30 smaller trees and native shrubs, and demo 3 beautiful homes built in 1938 and another beautiful home built in the 80s on the property. These existing homes already provide low-income homes for the community. As I had mentioned before, the developer and owner continue to meet with the neighbors to find common ground, and I would love to report there's some progress, but I cannot. These meetings only bring anxiety along with a sense of helplessness to these longtime tax-paying senior citizens, which has been going on for 3.5 years, along with the added stress the pandemic brought. It has especially caused residents with the boundary trees due to the way the owner and developer are not familiar with Encinitas boundary tree guidelines and lack consideration for the neighbors. I want to point out again, these seniors simply look out their windows and know that the tree canopy is going to be taken from them. This is not the way to treat Encinitas' longtime tax-paying seniors population, especially when they already existed peacefully for many years. I just want to let you know that the same property owner that owns Melba property owns the land on Wotan, and it appears he's planning to develop this property also. In preparation for defining the new Encinitas mature ordinance, he removed a large number of mature trees from a gorgeous wooded tree-covered lot. Absolute carnage has been committed to preparing this property for development. What do you think about this behavior, and which is counterintuitive to Encinitas' climate action plan? This is not what the mature ordinance was meant to do, that staff works so hard on. I really don't want to hear it's private property, we can't do anything, because it's getting old. And what is just been done will impact the entire neighborhood along Motan, along with the wildlife that resided in these beautiful trees. This was a senseless act with no regard for the longtime tax-paying senior residents in that area. Just another example of the owner and developer on Melba Properties' display of environmental irresponsibility to our tight-knit community. But we can't fix this broken person. But please support our community with preservation of this Melba property in any way you can. The Melba property is rich in Encinitas history and has been used for agricultural purposes through the years. If you walk the property, you can see this is one of the last remaining open spaces in the area and is loaded with mature Torrey pines that may be close to 100 years old, and also serves as our neighborhood's unofficial wildlife corridor. It also serves as a linear park for the community. That is why I am continuing to ask for your support for our community by acquiring this property with soft green infrastructure funding or community funding with state or federal grants for open space. This property is an ideal for a walkable park, an outdoor STEM lab for area schools, and annex for the botanical gardens, similar to San Diego Park in Solana Beach. Thank you for listening.
Good evening, City Council. My name is John Bottorff with CleanEarthForKids.org, and I first and foremost want to thank you guys again for passing the smoking ban, the public smoking ban. That's a really, really wonderful thing to do. Air pollution is a horrible thing. Anyone who knows anyone with asthma has seen that. I would ask you guys for the next step for smoking is to pass a ban of smoking in multi-unit housing. The CDC says, secondhand, thirdhand smoke, there is no safe levels of that. And up to 65% of the air in a multi-unit housing comes from the units next door. So even if you don't smoke, if someone next door to you is smoking, you're going to get that smoke. You're going to get that secondhand smoke. And the home is the number 1 place kids are exposed to secondhand smoke because of that. There's a lot of talk about protecting kids, and particularly air quality, if we look at what's going on with Canada and the horrible air pollution that comes from that. And that smoke that actually blows to Europe. Europe is actually dealing with the smoke now from Canada. So wood smoke travels incredible distances, and if you think about someone next to you in an apartment, or they go out on their balcony and smoke, kids are going to be exposed to that, and that's just not fair. So I absolutely encourage you guys to move forward with that. And also want to echo Suzanne's comments about stopping the wood smoke at the beach, and also from a building code standpoint, not allowing wood-burning fireplaces in new construction as well. And lastly, I want to briefly talk about pesticides. So I did a public record request, that's the word, about pesticides being used in the city, and the city is still using Roundup on a regular basis for weed control. I'd be happy to share those files with you, but that's still going on. And Roundup is horrible, horrible stuff. It is linked to 17 different blood cancers, including non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So there is no reason that the city should be allowing any Roundup to be used at all, let alone on a routine basis. So please ask you guys to take action on that. Thank you.
Good evening, Lori Green, Cardiff. Excuse me. Since I have had a failed back surgery, I have obviously walked in with a cane. I've been noticing a lot of the city's lack of, I would have to say, ADA parking, a lot of ADA things. I was downtown, and the car parklets that in front of the restaurants, I guess that's the name of the orange things, whatever they are. I talked to a lot of the business owners that were not restaurants. Every one of them I talked to said they are losing business. I saw a man in a wheelchair actually falling out of his wheelchair because some kids in some e-bikes were taunting him because he was in a wheelchair. I drove all the way 101 yesterday down to Solana Beach and back. That cycle thing is, I know I'm old, but I was getting dizzy watching it. I had really didn't understand it. However, what I did see is a lot of e-bikes again. I know you're going to speak of this later, but I can't stay that long. I've personally been attacked by 4 e-bikers, literally spitting on me and pushing me down. I can show you my bruises if you want. I don't think that's necessary, though. It seems to me, and I know I'm old, I've lived here 40 years, there's 20% of the Encinitas population at this time are senior citizens. And there might be some things going on for a senior center. I don't know much about that. But what I do know is there's not much outside. There's no way anyone that's disabled is going to walk that car to a track or whatever it's called these days. There's too many e-bikes, there's too many, just not very nice people is all I'm going to say. And I have been pushed down since I've been walking with this cane more times than I care to count. I don't know if any of you understand or even care about that. None of you are disabled, obviously. But I am now. And I can't find an ADA. I could not find any on 101 downtown ADA parking because of those parklets where they used to be. Now, maybe they're moved somewhere and I missed them. I'm not going to say I'm perfect. There are a couple behind, in the station behind, but you still have to walk quite a ways to get downtown. I talked to Bliss 101, I talked to Artifact Books, I talked to the new hat store. I talked to several owners of these businesses who I used to patronize all the time. I won't go downtown now. And I love Deb at Encinitas 101 Cafe, but I won't go there. It's too dangerous for people like me and this man in the wheelchair that got pushed over, which I'm sorry, I just got a little choked up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I think none of the parklets, none of the outdoor dining was allowed to replace ADA parking. Is Roy, did any ADA parking go away because of the parklets? No. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry you couldn't find some.
Mayor, that did conclude oral communications.
That concludes oral communication. Thank you. With that, we move on to item 6, which is report from closed session, and we did have one. Would the city attorney like to bring us, make that report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At approximately 4 p.m., the City Council held a special closed session meeting to discuss one item, closed session public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The title was City Attorney. The City Council recessed from closed session at approximately 5:45 p.m. And took no reportable action while in closed session.
Thank you. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to posted agenda. However, regarding item 8G, there was one minor edit made to page 4 of 5 in the resolution, and it was just to change the third paragraph from the bottom. The inspections of it should be 108 instead of 107. So just to note that for the record. And then moving to the consent calendar, items 8D as in dog, 8O, 8P, and 8Q have all been pulled by members of the public.
City Clerk, could you repeat those?
8D, 8O, 8P, and 8Q.
8O, 8P, 8Q,
And 8D.
not L.
I would like to move the remainder of the consent calendar. So that would be 8A, 8B, 8C, 8E, 8F, 8H, 8I, 8J, 8K, 8L, 8M, 8N, and that's it. Move approval.
I'll second that motion.
Did you say 8G got pulled as in golf?
No, D as in dog.
I think you skipped that, but
Is the record clear on that? Or should I do it again?
So it's all items with the exception of items 8D, 8O, 8P, and 8Q.
okay. And that's the motion, and
I'll
there's-
second that again.
That motion does carry unanimously. That takes us to the first item removed from the consent, item 8D.
8D is in dog. And how many public speakers do we have?
We have one, and that's Suzanne Hume.
And do you need a presentation before you speak? Okay. Come on up.
Hi, and thank you. My name is Suzanne Hume. I'm the Educational Director and founder of CleanEarthForKids.org. And so this item, very important, right? Parks and Recs, our Parks and Rec. Our kids and families are going to be playing, our community members, our seniors, everybody here to enjoy. So let's think about what we can do. The basic thing is, right, we need to stop toxic chemicals and toxic pesticides so our people are safe when they come to visit and play in the park. So what do we need to do first? We need to pass, Encinitas needs to pass an IPM that stops toxic pesticides. As John mentioned, we have pulled the public records for years now, listing the toxic pesticides that are being used in the parks here in public lands, here in Encinitas, that are not used in other cities. After I was poisoned by pesticides used near my home, instantly, when we found out that pesticides were being used in the city of Oceanside at the parks, we went to the city council and come on, let's be real. Think about who serves on the Oceanside City Council and who was there a few years ago, okay? And how unlikely it is for someone like me to get something passed, right? For public health. Let's
Ma'am?
just be.
Ma'am? This item is for Parks and Rec. And
Yes.
the Environmental Commission has on their work plan, they are looking at the integrated pest management program. The Parks and Rec has no business in the IPM.
Okay,
So
I'll move to the next thing that I want to say. Thank you very much. That's really important, Parks and Rec. Just to finish that point, Oceanside did pass an IPM. There's no pesticides in the parks there for years, and most other cities have stopped that. Also, in the plan, synthetic turf. So it's important that we do not allow or spend money on synthetic turf. As you know, PFAS are found in synthetic turf. It's a class of over 14,000 toxic chemicals. And cities and states, everybody's grappling with how are we going to get this PFAS out of our water. So it's very important that our kids are not playing on toxic chemicals or toxic pesticides or synthetic turf. We have of information about the harms of synthetic turf on our website. And I can see, I mean, maybe I'll just stop my comment now. But I just wanted to share those things, because before we talk about a work plan, before we have these programs and everything else, what are our kids playing on and what are they exposed to? So we need to think about those things, because stopping these things that are toxic, that's free. And there's information how to have healthy, resilient, natural grass playing fields like they do in Irvine and everywhere else, just using non-toxic things. So we've got a lot of information, and we'd love to work with you. Thank you.
Okay, I would move approval of this item.
Second.
Motion carries unanimously. That now takes us to item 8O. And
We have
you
public
have
speakers?
one public speaker. That is Judy Burlfine.
Judy, do you need a presentation first? No.
I'm going to be super quick. I'm talking on 8O and 8P, and Aaron is going to follow me. He's talking on 8P, and I have a simple message, and he has more information to fill in the blank, which is both of those are regarding purchasing new fire trucks, and most calls for fire are for emergency medical services and not so much for actual fires. And lots of cities, including Portland and San Francisco, have found ways to get smaller fire trucks so that when we're trying to make the streets safer for all the modes of mobility, then it's easier for these smaller fire trucks to maneuver. So I support us evaluating which fire trucks we're planning on buying and look into what ones are available that fit more with our plans for mobility. Since I have 2 minutes left, I'm going to veer to something else, which is this environmental theme has been fantastic for the meeting tonight. And I have been privileged with DODLA to mentor some teens from our local area. And one of them wrote this amazing children's book about climate change. And I want to give one to each of you, because I know some of you have children and some have grandchildren. And I'm not sure what you guys have, but I'm sure you'll share it with someone who will enjoy it. Thank you.
And Judy, did you want to speak again under item 8P or no? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I would entertain a motion.
I will move to approve consent item 8O.
I'd second.
Councilmember Ehlers?
It's not, anybody else want to try?
When? If you just let me know, I can enter it. Yay. Motion carries unanimously. That now takes us to item 8P. And we have one speaker, and that is Aaron Hebsche.
Good evening, folks. Aaron Hebsche, District 1, Leucadia. We spend a lot of time here talking about safe streets and slow streets. There's a lot of passion both in the council and the community to try to make our streets safer. What we keep hitting up against, though, is the fire department will either approve or deny safe street requests. There's a lot resting on fire department approval when we talk about implementing safe streets. We want to put in mini roundabouts on La Costa. The fire says no. We want to put speed bumps on your local residential street. Fire says no. I don't want to downplay the importance of response time when it comes to fighting fires and getting our firefighters out to the scene. But we have to put this in perspective. Annually in the US, there are 10 times as many traffic fatalities as fire-related fatalities. We can't address one safety issue at the expense of another safety issue. So when our fire department comes and asks for funds to purchase 2 supersized fire trucks, we should be asking, are there alternatives that are right-sized for our town but don't sacrifice response time? It appears so. A quick read on the topic yielded the following. San Francisco recently purchased 8 smaller Vision Zero engines made by Ferrara Fire Apparatus that can execute sharper turns. The LA Fire Department introduced a new compact electric fire truck, the Rosenbauer RTS, a fully electric pumper with a diesel range extender that can charge the battery for backup during longer calls. I love the fact that we're even considering electric fire trucks. The oysters would be happy. Anyway, this truck is more compact, it's more maneuverable in tight spaces, has a significantly better turning radius. So I'm proposing we expand the mandate to our fire department. This isn't supposed to be antagonistic. This is, let's talk about safety as a whole, not just fire safety. Let's add traffic and mobility safety to our fire department's mandate. Let's have fire work with our other city departments to meet our Vision Zero targets while still ensuring that they can respond quickly to a fire when needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And those last 2 sets of comments, I would say to the public that it's a constant battle in terms of policy and professionals and the operations of the fire service. And we are, always looking to evolve into a leaner, meaner machine. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen overnight. We also want to make sure that whatever technology is in the field is proven. And so I think as the years go by here, this council has always had an eye towards being a little bit more green and having equipment that is addresses those issues that you're talking about, which is big engines versus something that's a little bit smaller. In fact, the fire department came to us with a agenda item to purchase a truck, and in fact, we turned that truck around and ended up with an electric truck, as I recall. And so we are making that change, but in terms of the fire apparatus that responds to the emergencies, we haven't gone there yet. So, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
All I wanted to do is say that the speakers are making good points. I think we could look at this in regards to our Vision Zero, and we are getting an update on that later today. So we'd have the opportunity to continue to work forward, trying to achieve a balance that is good with mobility. So thank you for bringing this to my attention. And I would never make a decision like what kind of fire truck without doing that research and making sure it's well vetted. So that's a process that our mayor was just referring to. Thank you, though, for coming. Sure, I can move to approve 8P.
I'll second.
Motion carries unanimously. That now takes us to item 8Q, and we do have several speakers on that item.
How about a brief presentation and then we'll get to the speakers?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Crystal Nahara. I'll be speaking on item 8Q, which is a temporary suspension of the Encinitas Municipal Code sections 23.12.110B and 23.12.110.C. The state of California allows local jurisdictions to adopt local amendments to Title 24 building standards when findings can be made that the local topographical, geological, or climatic conditions necessitate the amendments and when the amendments are not less restrictive than the state code.
Are there slides?
No, there's no slides.
Okay.
In 2021, in support of the city's climate action plan, the city of Encinitas adopted a local amendment to its green building code, which requires all new buildings to be constructed all electrically with minimal exceptions. In 2019, the city of Berkeley did the same and was subsequently sued by the California Restaurant Association. On April 17th, 2023, a 3-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals overturned a lower court's decision and ruled that Berkeley's local ordinance was preempted by federal law. Unless otherwise overturned, the ruling is binding authority to be followed by all other jurisdictions with similar regulations. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council approve a temporary suspension of Encinitas Municipal Code sections 23.12.110.b and 23.12.110.c, which regulates fuel gas infrastructure in new buildings. I also want to note that the City of Berkeley has requested a rehearing, and if granted and overturned, the City of Encinitas can reverse its suspension, making the code immediately enforceable. And if the ruling is upheld, then the city could elect to amend its code to a version that would not be preempted by federal law. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no preliminary questions being request to speak, we will go to the public comments.
Okay, first 3 speakers, Harold Standifer, Kelly Linden, and then Jim Wong.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Harold Standifer, resident of Livenhain, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club. We have been extremely supportive of Encinitas' efforts to create and pass the REACH Code ordinance that brought all-electric new construction to the city. It was an important first for the entire county of San Diego. We understand why the city is taking this step today. We hope to see the issue resolved quickly as possible, either via clarity through the case that is in the courts or by drafting a new ordinance. It's unfortunate that there are those forces that have sought to block and delay actions that will mitigate the looming climate disaster. It remains our charge to continue to advocate for policies and actions to address the crisis. The Sierra Club is calling for a rehearing on the Ninth Circuit ruling in the Berkeley case, which is outlined in our 24-page amicus brief. A link to that brief can be found in the e-comment that we have previously submitted and you should have received. We thank the city for doing the right thing in decarbonizing our buildings in the face of global, national, regional, and community climate crisis. It took bold action by the City Council with deep concern to pass the ordinance originally, and it will take more bold actions by this council to keep us on track in the many ways that we must transition towards zero carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kelly Linden, and I'm the co-chair of the San Diego Building Electrification Coalition, and I was involved in advocating for the all-electric new construction ordinance that Encinitas passed in 2021. I'm proud of the city of Encinitas. You're a leader in addressing climate change, and I thank you for your efforts over the years. As you know, ending gas combustion in homes is critical to reducing pollution and protecting kids' health. And Encinitas was the 50th in the state and the first in our region to pass an all-electric new construction ordinance. It's unfortunate that the recent Ninth Circuit ruling regarding Berkeley's ordinance is creating uncertainty around the legality of the Encinitas ordinance. A recent legal analysis from the respected law firm of Schutt, Mahaly, and Weinberger concludes that Encinitas, that used a building code approach, has a defensible position that their regulation remains valid, even with the ruling. So there's really 2 different ways that cities have passed all-electric ordinances, and it was only the Berkeley way that was impacted by the ruling. Of the dozens of municipalities across the state of California that did it the same way as Encinitas through building code amendments, I haven't heard of any that have suspended their ordinance. So I'm a little confused why Encinitas would need to do that. In addition, numerous amicus briefs have been filed this week supporting Berkeley's position, excuse me, including 10 states, legal scholars, and the U.S. Department of Energy. The Department of Energy is the agency tasked with enforcing the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, which is the statute in question, and they disagree with the Ninth Circuit ruling and noted that the decision has created a cloud of uncertainty around numerous city and state laws and could throw settled questions of city and state authority into disarray. So even the ruling on the Berkeley Way is on shaky ground. So I urge you to consider whether the suspension in Encinitas is truly necessary at this time. It does feel premature given the legal landscape and the actions of other cities in similar situations. This ordinance is an important step in the journey towards clean buildings, and it would be a shame to backtrack now. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jim Wong, followed by Suzanne Hume, and then John Bodorf.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz, Deputy Mayor Lyons, and council members. First of all, let me say that I'm really pleased to share this meeting with the Environmental Award because it's doing what I sort of intended, bringing attention to our environmental heroes when I started with the help of Deputy Mayor Lyons in 2015. But anyway, on to 8Q. So first of all, you heard about the shoot legal briefing, which outlined the different approaches between the Berkeley ordinance and the Encinitas ordinance. Berkeley using an emergency declaration for health and safety concerns because they have an earthquake fault. We don't have that. We use the REACH code, which is much more applicable. And then you probably know about the DOE and the Sierra Club amicus briefs, which question whether this decision was worthwhile using a federal energy policy to counter an ordinance that's based on health and safety concerns. So the question is, the Berkeley decision, first of all, is in question, and its applicability to Encinitas is also in question. But whether you decide that our chances are strong or not, we may be sued anyway. And if we get sued, we're with a load of other cities, it's not going to be the end of the world. I can tell you that we are facing the end of the world as far as climate is concerned. And I know you guys also recognize that because a few years ago, you approved a resolution declaring a climate emergency for our city. And in that resolution, you acknowledged the dire consequences, dire state of our climate, and you also committed to several actions, including climate smart development. Now, this building electrification ordinance is a great example of climate smart development. And so that was a great leap forward. So I hope that you don't take that back and take a step backwards, because you don't know what this can happen with a legal case, but you know for sure, based on testimony of hundreds of scientists, thousands of pages of documentation, scientific documentation, and the UN Code Red Alert, that climate change is going to happen. So I urge you, please do not take that step backwards. Please do not approve the suspension. That's it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Hume. I'm the Educational Director and founder of Clean Earth for Kids. And at Clean Earth for Kids, our main focus is children's health and future. And our public health, children's health, and our lives depend on environmental policy. It depends on the strength and the leadership of Encinitas. And here is where you are strong. Here is where we will say every day that Encinitas is the best, and Encinitas steps up. And I say that here before you tonight, and I say that in the community, and I say that on calls. I say that everywhere. People, other states and other countries. Encinitas, that is climate leadership. That is bold. And these are the things that we have to do. These actions we must do for our children and their future. We saw them tonight, and they talked about ocean acidification. They talked about this. And we've been here and we've done the work, right? And we've heard from the public that want this and support this. We've heard from the scientists. So are we going to be scared? Yeah, of course, right? We're going to, whoa, wait a minute. Because of preemption. But this is the battle that we are facing. This is the battle. This is the battle for our lives. Preemption is something that we work with. I meet with our Masters in Public Health interns and environmental law interns every day, Monday through Friday from 9 to 12:30, and we talk about preemption every day. And I get it, right? But here's the thing. We don't have a choice. In Encinitas, we need to stand strong. Exactly. The Berkeley is different. That was built upon the emergency, the fault, the climate emergency, and the public health situation, different than using reach codes, different than all that we did and all that the staff did, and beautifully, by the way, beautifully. So this is a different situation, and we have heard nothing, nada, about any sort of a lawsuit for cities using reach codes, right? But you know that the big oil is out there just waiting, and they saw a weakness in Berkeley, and that's why they did that. So I don't know. I haven't heard of anything coming down the pike in terms of the way that Encinitas would be at risk. I think it's premature, and I think we need to stand strong and stand bold and stand up for our kids and their future. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is John Bodorf, cleanerforkids.org, and absolutely ask you to not suspend the REACH code. Everyone has already kind of gone into some of that. The Department of Justice filed a brief today in support of Berkeley's position. So as a speaker spoke about, this Berkeley decision is not even close to being done, and how Berkeley justified it is very different than how Encinitas did it. And I think Encinitas is on very firm ground. I ask you to not suspend it. I think it's very telling that SoCal Gas donated $1.4 million to the CRA lawsuit against Berkeley. So this is not just some freedom thing. This is a fossil fuel company trying to delay, the inevitable, that we must stop fossil fuels to save our planet. So, we have to do what's right, and that means stopping the fossil fuels. Methane is a terrible air pollutant. It absolutely destroys things. Construction is cheaper without putting in gas lines. It's safer without putting in gas lines. And one of the very early speakers, not on this one, but early, the non-agenda comment, talked about, what do you do when the electricity goes out? You got to have your gas stove. That doesn't work. Gas stoves have electric igniters. If you don't have electricity, you can't ignite your stove. And a lot of gas appliances do the same thing. Without electricity, they don't work. And if you have a gasoline car, you can't refuel your car if there's electricity's out, because the gas pumps use electricity. So this whole idea that we have to have this alternative fossil fuel is absolutely bogus. It's absolutely wrong. We must transition away from fossil fuels as quickly as possible, and absolutely ask you guys to stand strong, stick to your guns, so to speak, and do not suspend this. Please move forward with the REACH code. Thank you.
That does conclude speakers.
Okay, thank you. I share your frustration and was happy to support our REACH code ordinance, and super disappointed in this decision at the Ninth Circuit. I spoke with Harold this weekend, and he was kind enough to forward to me a memo that was put out by Schutte, Mahaly, and Weinberger for the Sierra Club. And reading it was interesting because it had, it touched on a couple of issues that we had discussed as a council with our legal counsel as well. And one of the points it makes is it says, as a result, regardless of what Berkeley decides to do next before the Ninth Circuit, which it was either to ask an en banc, the whole Ninth Circuit to hear it, or appeal above, including seeking rehearing on en banc, all other jurisdictions within the Ninth Circuit should treat this decision as binding law unless and until it is vacated. There was another line in this memo. It says, ultimately, any individual's agency's determination about how to proceed will require an analysis of its regulations and risk tolerance. And to continue to enforce our code, electrification code, would no doubt present risk. And so therefore, it is my opinion that we should approve this suspension of that code until this works its way through the court, which I hope is swift. So I'm going to move approval of this item and ask Councilmember Ehlers to speak.
And I'll second your motion. I wanted to say that this is a legally prudent move, that it is temporary. It's a suspension, it's not a repeal. We've had other ordinances that we enacted that we ran into legal problems in the past that we went and repealed. This is not a repeal. This is a legally prudent, fiscally prudent step to do. It's not giving up the fight, but it puts us in a better legal position. So I would ask, we're only talking about new projects. I would ask how many people here have gas in their homes, and most of us do. That's the bigger fight. That's where you really have to go ultimately. If you're going to really degasify, decarbonize the state, the world. So I view this as very pragmatic, very surgical, and I support Mayor Krantz's motion.
Okay, thank you. The one thing that I should have added is that I'm interested in a requirement that developers add either the wiring for electrification of kitchen appliances and hot water heaters, or at least add conduit that would facilitate that. Is that something that we could write into a code somewhere?
Yes, we could definitely do that. It would require, though, amending the code formally and would be more involved than just doing the suspension tonight.
Would it be amending this code that we have suspended?
This portion of the code, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the part of the code we'd be looking at.
I do think that many developers are going to electrify, but I think it's also important for those that choose not to electrify, that add gas, that they prepare. And I don't know what time, you think it would take to come up with a strategy for that?
Couple months.
Couple of months? So I might amend my motion to add to direction to staff to explore pulling wires or conduit. Yes, sir.
And I'm not ready to second that part of the motion yet because it is it's a highly dependent choice, So if you look at houses that have to put in all electric, especially in colder climates, probably less so here, you're going from like a 200 amp panel to almost doubling in size. And so the question for this motion, I think really is, do we suspend or not suspend? I think there's another motion that is, we ask staff to come back with proposals. Could the proposals could vary from on the lightest side of just putting conduit in to in the middle requiring wire with pretty heavy gauge wire to the more extreme requiring the full amperage with a new upgraded box, circuit box. So that it's too much of a variability, and I would like to do it in two different motions.
I'm happy to bifurcate it.
Okay.
So the original motion remains to adopt the resolution.
That motion carries unanimously.
And I would move that we ask staff to bring back information about what it would take to provide electrification capabilities in the event somebody wanted to convert their natural gas home.
I'll second that motion.
And will you take a friendly amendment?
Sure.
That we get options for what that
Oh, yeah. I would
Okay.
assume that it would be options that would
Okay,
be part
great.
of that, because there are a number of different strategies that we could use. I just know that I wanted to go to a heat pump for my water heater, and I couldn't because I didn't have power out there, and I'm not going to run wire on the outside of my house.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
And that motion does carry unanimously. That does conclude the consent calendar, and that takes us to our first action item, item 10A.
Item 10A is a public hearing and introduction of ordinance number 2023-05 to amend Title 14, Chapters 14.06 and 14.56 of the Encinitas Municipal Code, introducing changes pertaining to the operation of bicycles within the city. And we are going to hear from the Sheriff's Captain Lawrence, Assistant at Portland, and maybe Jennifer, Assistant City Manager Kendall.
So many people, so many.
Yeah.
Takes a village.
Good evening, Mayor excuse me. Good evening, Mayor Kranz, members of City Council. My name is Portland Bates, and I will be giving the presentation today for the introduction of ordinance number 2023-05, amending Title 14, Chapters 14.06 and 14.56 of the Encinitas Municipal Code. I also have San Diego County Sheriff's North Coastal Captain Christopher Lawrence here, who will be available for questions also. The city has seen a dramatic rise in e-bike collisions over the last couple of years. The Sheriff's Department attributed this rise to younger e-bike riders, rider inexperience, and lack of knowledge of the rules of the road. The increase in collisions has caused serious injuries to riders and passengers. Currently, the only option for diversion is related to helmets, and all other traffic violations must be cited in a traffic court. The Sheriff's Department requested the option of diversion within the municipal code that will allow the deputies to address operator inexperience and lack of traffic awareness more directly and efficiently, rather than the more traditional path of direct citation in a traffic court. So just some highlights of the updates and some quick changes. We have a change to Section 1, bicycle. It reads 16.42020, and it should be listed as 14.42020. And what that does is that makes bicycle, it has the same meaning as in the California Vehicle Section Code 231, and may be amended from time to time. Within Section 2, 14.56030, there will also be a change. We'll be striking the word motorcycle. So any person operating or riding a bicycle shall, or that's in Section B, I'm sorry. Any person operating or riding a bicycle shall always exercise reasonable care and observe all applicable laws. And this is where motorcycle will be stricken. It shall be unlawful for the operator of any bicycle to carry any other person upon the handlebars of any such bicycle for any person to so ride, or in any other manner not designed for passenger riding upon any bicycle, upon any highway or public place. Section 3, 14.56, 0.50, traffic laws apply to persons riding. Every operator or passenger riding a bicycle upon a roadway shall be granted all of the rights and shall be subject to all of the duties applicable to the operator or passenger of a vehicle established by this title, except those provisions which by their nature can have no application. And also Section 4, the addition of 14.56080, enforcement. In lieu of the imposition of the penalties authorized by this title and or the filing of the charges in a court of competent jurisdiction, the police chief or designee may allow a first-time violator of this chapter to complete a police department approved bicycle safety course. Staff recommends that council conduct a public hearing and introduce ordinance number 2023-05 titled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Encinitas, California, amending Encinitas Municipal Code chapters 14.06 and 14.56 of Title 14 traffic code regarding bicycles. Does council have any questions?
Okay, preliminary questions? How many?
We have none.
No public speakers. That makes these not preliminary questions, these are questions.
Well, we'll start with them
That would
preliminary
be,
too.
Councilmember Ayler's kicking it off.
Yeah, so on page 4, one of the additional words is "or public place." And I was curious either from the city attorney or from staff, is that defined somewhere in the vehicle code, or what is a public place and what is the legal definition tied to?
So public place refers to the sidewalks, parking lots, and also streets. I'm not sure if there's any additional that the sheriff would like to add.
So, like commercial centers, even though they're private commercial centers with a parking lot, that would include that or not include that?
Yes, sir, that would be our opinion as well. So for instance, the Target parking lot, it's open to the public, it's a private area, but open to, public to traverse through it, yes.
Okay.
And city attorney may have some more over that as well.
Thank you, Chief Lawrence. The intention of public place, and we can specifically codify a definition if the council so prefers. The intention of public place is to prohibit riding a bicycle, riding on a bicycle, as defined in any place that's open to the public. This would include sidewalks, shopping centers, parking lots, public parking lots, or public parks, beaches, and so forth. Any place that's open to the public, people could ride. Not private property that's restricted to private persons, but any place where the public is invited to attend or allowed to be and is riding a bicycle.
Okay.
That would be the definition of public place.
Great. And then second question is the mechanism for the being able to offer traffic school, so to speak, instead of a vehicle violation. Would the process be much like happens with a moving violation with a vehicle, where the citation is written, but if and somehow there is some type of you can then learn about a traffic school for e-bikes, I guess in this case, and if they attend and if they successfully pass, they would then have it taken, expunged from their record? How will is there an existing mechanism, or are we inventing something new here?
We'd be thank you for the question. We'd be following essentially what's already in place for riders without helmets. So the vehicle code already gives us the ability to divert those specific citations. This municipal code would allow us to go further into what we proposed this evening. There is a process in place that our traffic division already follows, and you hit the nail on the head, essentially, that the citation is held until the completion of the class, during which time the citation is issued. Information on the available classes is provided and will be provided to the parents as well if it's a minor child that's issued a citation. And then once the certificate of completion is provided to us, that citation is voided, so it would not go to the traffic court.
Okay. And last question, as far as when vehicle infractions, you have a driver's license, you have to. The younger kids will not necessarily have that. How do you verify their ID and make sure so you don't get a new name each time they have a violation?
Absolutely. We can rely on school identification cards if they're in school. We also rely on calling the parents, and that's how we verify most of the information, is having a parent or legal guardian respond to the scene if it's necessary, so that we make sure we have all the accurate information.
Okay, great.
And I'm sorry to report that I neglected to follow the procedures for public hearings, which we are currently holding. So we should step back, and I want to go through disclosures. So if we could disclose as necessary.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I have nothing to disclose, and I'm opening the public hearing. And there are no public speakers, therefore I am closing the public hearing. Okay, back to deliberations, which is Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for staff, and that is, the staff report talked about e-bikes, and that being, the reason for these proposed changes, which, by the way, I think are really wise changes, and I like the provision about first-time violators. But one of the questions I have is, and we got a public comment on that, which was, that the amendment or the changes to the code apply to all bikes, not just e-bikes. And the question I have is the danger of riding on handlebars any different, really, between e-bikes and regular bikes? Or maybe put another way, is it still dangerous to ride on handlebars of a regular bike, a non-e-bike?
I'll take that one. Yes, it is. If the device is not designed for passengers, then absolutely. It's still dangerous at any speed. Accidents can occur and injuries can be major. 5 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. You fall off the bike, hit your head on a curb, doesn't matter what the speed is, it's going to be a significant injury.
Yeah, that was my assumption, but thank you for just clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Yes, I have to admit, when I saw this on the agenda, I thought about Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, and raindrops are falling on my head, and the nice bike ride that Paul Newman took, and it was very quaint, but they were in a field with, nice grass. If somebody was riding down Rayquaza or something and had a crash, it would be pretty ugly, so.
Some of our younger staff don't understand the reference.
What's that?
They don't understand the reference to.
Oh, yes, I am old, so look it up. Yes, it's Googleable.
I was going to ask if they were in a public place, in
Yes.
Bolivia or wherever.
Yes, Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. Councilmember Blackwell did answer my question, and this is a comment now. And I do want to thank Captain Lawrence and your staff for bringing forward this amendment, and I think it's going to really help improve safety. And I think we all experience a lot of anxiety seeing kids riding their e-bikes around and not really understanding how important it is for them to be aware. So I think this is going to help with that. And I just did want to note that oftentimes, even in the example that's included in the staff report, the mother who was killed, she was following the rules of the road, and it was I believe it was an auto that ran a stop sign that ended her life in a catastrophic collision. And so as much as we want to improve the safety for our e-bike riders, it's also so important that we're still focusing on the traffic infractions of the drivers who are not paying attention to the fact that there are going to be bikes more prevalent as every year goes by. So I just wanted to call that out and thank you for your good work on this. And I'm glad that it's before us tonight and we're going to be able to take some action.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you. I have a couple comments and then a question. And my comment is I'm really glad this is in front of us today. I think it's going to be beneficial to our community. And I also like a clarification that maybe is just new to me, but it's in the item, section 3, item 14.56.050, where I believe, if I understand this correctly, it says that the law applies to traffic laws apply to persons riding. So every operator or passenger riding a bicycle upon the roadway shall be granted all the rights and so forth. I think I understand this correctly. If you could maybe verify this item. Generally, it's the operator of the vehicle then that is in control and responsible for whatever's happening with that vehicle. But does this language actually allow us the opportunity to address an issue that a passenger might be creating that's against the law? Or how does this, am I reading this correctly? Or?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, you are reading that correctly. The onus is particularly on the operator. That's absolutely correct. But if the passenger is creating an unsafe circumstance, this would allow us to address that issue as well.
And could you help me understand what the passenger's unsafe activity could be that an officer could then also cite for?
So, for instance, if it's a passenger who is riding on an area of the bike that is not deemed so, and it's the deputy's impression that that passenger has the ability to make a sound decision and perhaps that decision was made against the operator of the bicycle, we could take enforcement action against the passenger as opposed to the rider.
Interesting.
Or operator. But the intent of this is for the actual operator primarily. They have
Yeah.
the responsibility and are typically welcoming those passengers aboard, and it's not someone who's taking over the
Right.
bicycle.
What do I want to make sure is that this has enough teeth, that this is going far enough to give your officers the strength of wording so that when they're out in the field, they can take action. So I guess my next question too is kind of centered on that. The wording of Section 4, 14.56.080, which is under the enforcement, perhaps I'm reading it as not being strong enough, but maybe the strength is in the wording that's behind it somewhere. But right now, the wording says the police chief or designee may allow a first-time violator of the chapter to complete the police department-approved bicycle safety course. And the language like that sounds quite soft. May allow, and maybe there's more strength somewhere in other wording that your department will use, but it seems like, so the discretion is the officers. First of all, how do they determine if this is a first-time violation? I mean, so if the person has done some sort of, I mean, how is that determined? Because I can see how that could be very nuanced, and it could be kind of like a loophole or something that is not as strong. Is there something there?
Thank you for the question. So all of our citations are entered into our report writing management system. So we would be able to look up in the field whether or not this person has been issued a citation before. We also have the ability to write what are called field interviews. So if somebody is not issued a citation, but perhaps a warning, we're also able to look into that system as well and see if the person has been issued a warning before. So that would give our deputies more complete awareness while they're in the field of what type of violator they're dealing with. And then we did want to give our deputies discretion instead of saying you shall. It depends on the violation itself and how egregious it is.
Okay. And is a warning does that make a violator? Is that a violation? A warning, is it called a violation? Or is a warning another type of thing?
If you violated it, the term warning presents that you have completed a violation and we've talked to you about it and we've given you a warning. So, and the way I take this and the way it was designed with the intent is the second time around, it's no longer a warning and you're going to be issued a citation, and it's off the table for the education.
And could you fill in a few gaps I have then on how you get informed if a person has gone to training, how that information comes back to you? Is it through, I guess I'm especially thinking if it's a minor, then maybe the situation is different for a minor than it would be for an adult?
So the classes that we will authorize them go to provide you a certificate of completion that's notarized essentially by the school that you attend, and they will be required to bring that into the station to meet with perhaps not the deputy who issued it, but at least the traffic sergeant, so that a conversation can be had essentially to kind of wrap around the whole education experience of, did you take away anything from the education? Did you learn from this? Are you going to be safer? To have an opportunity for mentorship.
That's great. So I think that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, and I'll be supporting this. I really like the option for the school. I think that's a great tool. I view this as just an incremental improvement over where, and coming from the sheriff primarily and staff, I view this not as the end of the road, but there's probably additional education enforcement tools that you'll need. So I hope this isn't a one and done, that we'll be back here in the not too distant future as we all learn more about e-bikes and the effects of speed and as it says, increased accidents. I would just ask, are we tracking e-bike versus bicycle accidents? And are we developing a database so a year from now when we want to come back and look at the ramifications of what we've done, but also predict what we need to do, will we have data that tells like what class of e-bike? You got class 1, 2, and 3, and they're very different animals. One, you get to 3 and you're almost motorcycle level. Do we have that kind of data, or will we be collecting that data between now and then?
Thank you for the question. We do already have that data. I can share with you 2021 e-bike related accidents. We had 29 total with 25 injuries. Last year, 2022, it went up to 44 collisions with 39 injured. And this year we started off a little slow, and I think that's due to the weather. So far, we've only had 6 this year.
Or people are getting more educated. Yeah. So with that, I'll move approval of this item.
I'll second.
Great, and I would point out that, we've had bicycle tragedy in our city, and it's been quite traumatic for me, and I think most in the community. This particular issue, Rad Bikes was sued because of the death of a 12-year-old girl who was riding on the back of one of their bikes, and it was being driven by an 11-year-old. Technically, the bike was capable of handling a passenger, but the 11-year-old rider was not prepared and lost control of the bike on a way down a steep hill, and the passenger ended up dying a couple of weeks after the accident. So I think it's important that we take these steps, to try and avert those tragedies. I did get I know young people are experiencing that freedom that comes with the ability to get a little further down the road with an e-bike, so it's important that we take these steps. I got a voicemail the other day from a woman who had been harassed by teens on e-bikes, similar to what Dr. Green was talking about earlier, and it's quite unfortunate, but one of the things that I took away from that is that we can adopt all sorts of ordinances, but ultimately this is a parental issue as much as anything else. And it's my hope that parents who are buying these bikes for their kids are making sure that the behavior of their kids on the bikes is appropriate. And so, because we don't have enough deputies to be everywhere at all times, so it's going to take a village, as they say. So with that, let's have a vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, excellent. So where that takes us to 10B, which is our safety element. Are there any requests to speak on that particular item?
We had one, but I don't see her in the audience.
Okay, so the question is whether we want to take a 10-minute break now or, okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 8:05. Thank you. Equity Inclusion Work Plan Update and recommendation to form a Public Health and Safety Commission. And we will hear from our Government and Community Relations Administrator, Portland Bates.
And Mayor Krantz, can you I'm just going to repeat that we are taking item 10C out of order because the
Correct.
audio wasn't on.
Oh, okay, because I was not audible.
Sorry about that. Just one moment. Have a little
Technical issues.
Would you like us to proceed without the PowerPoint, or? Yeah.
Good evening again, Mayor Krantz and City Council. My name is Portland Bates, and I'll be presenting the DEI Work Plan Update and recommendations to form a Public Health and Safety Commission. On February 10th, 2021, the City Council approved a council-initiated item from former Mayor Catherine Blakespear and Councilmember Kelly Hensey regarding the creation of the Encinitas Equity Committee. Equity Committee meetings began in May of 2021 with the stated purpose to help the City of Encinitas and Encinitas community create safe, healthy, accessible, and inclusive opportunities for everyone who lives, works, and visits Encinitas. The committee met monthly for a year with the assistance of a facilitator on a variety of topics. Subject matter experts were brought in to provide additional information throughout the year, and the committee centered its work around 4 core focus areas: housing, public safety, community engagement, diversity, equity, and inclusion, commitment, and action. At the May 11th, 2022 meeting, City Council received a list of recommendations which were transferred to a work plan. Several items on the work plan are in progress or completed. Others are still in the planning stage. The report includes the next recommended action from the city manager to form a 5 to 7 member Public Health and Safety Commission. The purpose of the commission would be to enhance community safety and welfare by the establishment and operation of a Public Health and Safety Commission of the City of Encinitas. The commission will conduct meaningful and constructive dialogue with the public, the city's law enforcement service provider, the San Diego Sheriff's Department, the fire department, other city departments, mental health service providers, and/or other area contact agencies related to public health and safety concerns, and ensure that concerns are addressed in a collaborative and effective manner. The commission will act in an advisory capacity to the City Council, the fire department, and the city's law enforcement service provider, other city departments, and mental and social services providers by performing the following responsibilities on a continuing basis. First, communicate and cooperate with the fire department and the city's law enforcement service provider, the San Diego Sheriff's Department, individual citizens, and community groups in identifying public health and safety concerns and solutions. Also promote cooperation and encourage coordination between the commission, the fire department, and the city's law enforcement services provider and other entities, public and private, who are involved with community safety activities and efforts. And last, prepare an annual report to the City Council and to the community on the activities of the Commission. The Commission will meet quarterly and may schedule additional special meetings as needed. If the City Council wishes to proceed with establishing the Commission, staff recommends the Commission include 5 to 7 members, meet quarterly with special meetings as needed. That concludes my presentation. Does City Council have any questions?
I do not see any requests to ask any questions at this point, so let us hear from the public speaker.
Okay, the first with Donna Westbrook, who's not present. Follow, let's see, Robin Sales, Ross Ritter, and Yusef Miller.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Robin Sales. I've lived in Encinitas for 36 years in the same house, and I'm in Deputy Mayor's district. I'm here to express my support for the establishment of the Public Safety Commission. My professional background and expertise is in the field of behavioral health. I'm a retired licensed clinical social worker and currently an executive officer of the County Behavioral Health Advisory Board, representing District 3, which is this district. I've had the honor to serve on the Encinitas Equity Committee from May 2021 to May 2022. Our recommendations were strong and clear: engage the community and the community to ensure that all residents can live safely and care deeply for those suffering from mental health, behavioral health challenges in the community. I look forward to seeing the proposed commission work with our public safety entities while listening to our community. As we read daily in the Union Tribune, the incidence of unhoused individuals in our county is increasing dramatically. It's not different here in Encinitas, though I must say that it's gone down about 3.9% this past year, which I'm glad to see, but it's only 3 persons, so it's, all proportional. But we must work together to be a leader in the county, to find compassionate solutions, and to provide affordable housing, because the primary reason, in my opinion, for homelessness is lack of affordable housing. I've lived in San Diego for 46 years. I was on the regional task force for the homeless back when it was first developed in the mid-'80s. The homeless population has increased, but it really hasn't changed. But we do know that a large percentage of people who live on the streets anywhere in this country have behavioral health challenges. And so for those of us who believe in compassion and believe with dealing with our fellow human beings in a compassionate way, we need to find solutions. And I believe this Public Health and Safety Commission can be a conduit for that. We have a lot of very intelligent people and very caring people in Encinitas. And I think we can become very fearful of people who are different from us, whether they are different because of the fact they have behavioral health challenges or because of their race or ethnicity or their income status. One thing I can tell you from looking at the data from the Mobile Crisis Response Team, and I get this data every month as a member of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, is that 16% of the folks who utilize that service are people who are unhoused. And I just want to finish up by saying that I believe that if we have this commission, we will be able to address these concerns with all the brain power and the compassion that we can muster in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ross Ritter?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ross Ritter, and I'm a resident of Cardiff, and I served on the Encinitas Equity Committee. I strongly support the establishment of a Public Health and Safety Commission as detailed by the city staff and the San Diego County Sheriff's Department. On the Equity Committee, we spent a year considering various issues, and this particular recommendation was strongly recommended. As a Park and Recreation Commissioner myself, I understand the importance commissions provide to our city government. They are formed for citizens to provide input, for Encinitas volunteers acting as commissioners to work on potential solutions, and to provide recommendations to our city council. The commission process provides regular and scheduled forums for citizen participation and are inexpensive to operate. They also provide the city council additional resources to address community issues. The city council can direct city commissions to research an issue and come back with recommendations to them. Considering public health and safety issues that are regularly facing these days, whether it be policing, additional fires due to climate change, mental health and homelessness issues, pandemics, et cetera, I think it's important that this commission be created. I really like that one of the responsibilities of the commission is to prepare an annual report for the city council and the community. I think this report will be a great overview as well for the year and can provide some important information on community trends and concerns. I would comment from my experience serving on city committees and commissions that meeting quarterly seems inadequate for the breadth of the issue area. I'd recommend the commission meet monthly as our other commissions. This schedule would be more responsive to the needs of the community and the city council and provide adequate time to get up to speed as a new commission and perform the work of the commission. As a side note, I also strongly encourage that city staff bring forth the city equity recommendation to submit an application to the Human Rights Campaign Municipal Equality Index with the goal of earning a perfect score of 100 points. The index evaluates a city based on non-discrimination laws, the municipality as an employer, municipal services, law enforcement, and leadership on equality. The application process can be a roadmap to equality in our community by identifying issues that need to be addressed. The nearby cities of Oceanside, Chula Vista, San Diego, Palm Springs, Riverside, Los Angeles all have a perfect 100 score, and Encinitas should be among them. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yusef Miller. I'm with the Clean Earth for Kids and the North County chapter of the NAACP. And I'm in full support of this recommendation for public safety, especially that it's under DEI. We've found and we've heard that racism is a public health safety concern. It is an issue that affects every county, every single city. So when we look at public safety, we need to look at it in a different way. We need to look at it through a different set of eyes. Public safety is also bullying and oppression of kids in school. We had a school not in North County where a black youth was discriminated against and bullied, only black kid in the school. When he went home, he was throwing things around, really agitated. His father had to pull him in check and say, what's going on? And he found out that in the school, someone had wrote a letter and folded it in half and said, I hate N-words, and passed it around to all the other white kids. This is recently. All the white kids, and they're laughing and joking at him. Now when he goes through school, every kid that's laughing, he thinks they're laughing at him for being black. Now, this could have turned into something else if it wasn't for an attentive and good father. His father talked him down. Not that he said he was going to do anything, but the crisis is still palpable. We can understand how it's a public health crisis if we allow discrimination and exclusion from any group, especially in the youth. And when we talk about this, we need to know that every city is a potential site of a horrific incident, whether it's from the victim of non-inclusion, inequity, or the perpetrator of. And we've seen what happened in Poway. We need to make sure that we're never a Poway. We're never in Escondido. We're never any of those cities throughout San Diego County. Coronado is what I was thinking. So we need to make sure, and this safety issue is one that is serious, is gonna help. There's a lot of cities like ours, like Encinitas, the makeup of Encinitas, and they say, okay, well, the black community, let's say, is only so many. And the Latino community, for example, is only so many. So why should we care? We should all care because they're from Encinitas. They live here and they deserve the same protections and the same concern as everyone else. I thank Encinitas for even considering this and making it a priority because we can be a beacon. We can be a beacon for everyone else to say that Encinitas, everyone here it matters, and we care about each and every one of them. So thank you for bringing this forward. I thank you for putting it in the right position under diversity, equity, and inclusion, because that issue, when it's broken, is a public health concern. Thank you very much.
Mayor, that does conclude speakers, and then I have two individuals, Suzanne Hume and John Botaforth, who are in support of the recommended action but did not wish to speak.
Thank you to all the public speakers, and thanks to Councilmember Hensy and former Mayor Blakespear for their work on, and Allison, yes, Councilmember Blackwell served on that committee, and I was pleased that this came back as a recommendation. It had been discussed having a health commission a few times previous, but it didn't have the support, and it was good to hear that the committee made the recommendation and the council supported it unanimously. So I do too support it, and will be interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. Yeah, this is really exciting that it's finally coming back to us. I know it takes a lot of time to figure out how to staff it and get the right people there to make sure that it can last. And big thanks to the city manager for making this recommendation for us here tonight. It means a lot to so many of us who spent the last year really working on these issues, bringing in experts to figure out where the missing parts were. We're doing so many amazing things as a city, but we're not immune, as Youssef pointed out. It really takes focused action to be conscious of what the things that are doing that are supporting those members of our community who might be marginalized if they leave the city or they find themselves in a bullied situation at school. And so part of those things that you brought up tonight were what we discussed in the Equity Committee. I want to thank the members of the Equity Committee who have stayed engaged in this process throughout and gave so much of your time and your lived experience and your professional experience to inform the recommendations that came out of it. And just as a little reminder of who we had making up that committee, but we had employees of our Encinitas Union School District. We had elected officials who are members of our school district. We had DEI inclusion professionals, including Councilmember Blackwell, and it's because of her participation in this committee that we appointed her to be a council member, because she was so organized and on top of it and spoke to the values that we strive for. As Robin pointed out, she's a county representative for us. And we had members of other city commissions like Ross, who was able to help us cross-pollinate and figure out what are we missing. And so when we think about what we are missing, we can do better in engaging the county resources whose focus is health and human services. How can we as a city attract those resources and raise our hand for things that might help us better serve our residents who are unsheltered? It can also help us address so many of the issues that we even heard about tonight during public comment, which included ban on smoking in multifamily households, the cannabis challenges that we might be facing with the youth as we have retailers here in our city, mental health issues. You know, we have community members who threaten our lives, and how do we provide support for those who are experiencing mental health crisis and making sure that they have the support before it gets to a situation that's unhealthy for others. Even as Captain Lawrence pointed out several weeks ago in our update that we had an increase in DUI incidents, what can we do to curb that from happening? And so we really need to put our best minds on this, and we have those folks living here in Encinitas who are professionals and they're experts. And as Ross mentioned, they do this work for free, and they help us as a city design and the policy that we can adopt to be an even better city. So my hope is that we approve this tonight. My hope is that we We follow some of the recommendations that the committee outlined in terms of membership, that we include somebody in the applicant pool who is a renter, that we include in the applicant pool folks of color, folks who are part of marginalized communities, so that their lived experience can actually inform the work of this board. The recommendation to meet monthly rather than quarterly, as brought forward by Ross, I think at this time it's best that we do it quarterly so that we can make sure we have that quorum and that we can have the meetings and do the business and that we have the right staff to support it at this time. I believe that's the city manager's recommendation, to do it quarterly instead of monthly. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, so at this time, perhaps the committee or the commission would be able to meet more frequently once it's established. So those are my recommendations, and I am happy to answer any questions that my colleagues might have, and I will stop there.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I support the summary that Councilmember Hensy just gave. All of her thoughts and comments, I think, are really valid and valuable to the continued development of this proposal. Speaking from not being involved in the Equity Committee, which I think we have plenty of people who can speak from that position, I want to say that from my position, many of the things that we consider here in front of us have to do with public health and safety. There's so many things that come to us from our public, from our constituents, that really are based in public health and safety. So to have a commission that is tasked with helping to sort out some of those issues in advance of them coming to us, I think is a real value to this city council and to me as a city council member. And I think our commission structure is successful and a really good model to put this into. So it's a slightly different lens on it than maybe my colleagues, but I still find that this is going to be very valuable to us. I would like us to hold these commission meetings more regularly, but if we need to start with quarterly, certainly that's better than not starting. I do want to make a couple comments about how we move forward, and I guess for now I wouldn't. We don't need to put them into the record, but I think they're going to be valuable to how we move forward. Hopefully, if we do approve this, one is that I can tell by public comment, but not only the public comment on this item, but as people come to comment, that there's very different lenses people look at diversity and inclusion, equity through. Given that this is structured under that, I would hope that this commission would have a work plan like all of our other commissions do that has a public outreach and public education component, so that understanding what all the questions are that come before us then gives the commission a really good position from which to reach out to the public and inform and educate on those segments of DEI that there seems to be misunderstanding about. So public education and outreach, I think, would be an important part of this work plan for this commission. Additionally, I think every commission should have on their work plan, how do you measure your success? How do you know you're making a difference? And perhaps we don't have that across the board yet on all of our commissions, but I really like Ross Ritter's suggestion of the Municipal Quality Index, which is, what I like about that is it's already a model out there. It's being used by other communities. And it's not something we would develop ourselves, that we're trying to see our way through and create something. It's a vetted instrument to help measure how well our community is achieving objectives. Now, I don't know much about it other than your introduction of it, but that as a measuring tool sounds like it has some merit that might help us acknowledge what success we're making, but also perhaps acknowledge where we need to focus. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
Boy, great intro. Thank you. That you went right down a path I was going down with. When I read through the report and I read the objectives, they're right now, the way they're written here, they're kind of soft. And when Ross came up and suggested the Municipal Quality Index as a framework, I thought, wow, that maybe that's exactly what we need. I'm looking for objectives that can be measured and that we can actually say we made changes and defines, I'll call it the purview of this commission. So when I went back and having spent a lot of time on Planning Commission and dealt with all the other commissions, I went back and I looked at each one of the commissions and said, hey, what's their purview? What are the key documents that they, I'll say, own, or that we've delegated to them? Mobility Traffic Safety Commission is pretty straightforward. Circulation element, things like the ATP and the modal alternative plan. Those are plans, those are, hard policies that they advise us on. Environmental, CAP, Climate Action Plan. And then Planning Commission, Housing Element and Development Services. Parks and Rec, you've got Trails Master Plan and the Parks Plans. So if we're going to propose a new commission, then I want to know what is its purview. And so we could, and I think this is something we should define tonight if we go forward with this, do they get the Homeless Action Plan as within their purview? And I heard a couple other ideas. Public outreach, I like that. I like the public education as a component. They ought to have objectives for each one of those. When I read through the report, it says communicate and cooperate to identify health issues and concerns. It says promote cooperation, but I'm looking for to what end? And I think that framework plus a similar type of framework and whatever we decide we should delegate to this commission, it should be very, very succinct and concrete so that a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, new commission members, which they're coming in every year, will have a very good idea why they're there, and future council members too will know why they're there. So I support the idea. I do have one question, and hopefully staff is prepared. There's a cost with everything. Do we have quarterly meetings? And those would be regular meetings. They could always schedule special meetings beyond that if they felt the need to. But at 4 to 6 meetings a year, how much staff time? Are there direct costs we have to be concerned? What kind of money are we talking about?
So we're not hiring any new people to support this commission. So the costs would be the costs of we've asked Portland Bates to staff the commission. He's a at-will salaried employee, so he gets paid whether he stays late or not. So we would also have someone from the city clerk's office would likely take minutes. So that could be some overtime there. I think somewhere between $2,500 and $5,000 would be probably our staffing costs.
Okay,
beyond
so pretty
that.
small.
If the commission makes recommendations to do things or to have, oddly enough, our commissions sometimes come up with things that cost us money that we bring back to council, and it would just be a budgeted item, that type of thing that you would all consider. So our commissions all make recommendations and are advisory to the city council. This would be the same as that. And just to add, the reason why we suggested quarterly is in talking to our colleagues in other cities, and I know Portland staffed a similar committee in the city of El Segundo. There was always like this try to start for monthly, and then sometimes there isn't quite the thing to do, so it might be better to start slower. But really, whatever the council decides, we're willing to take on and staff.
Okay, and I'd like to make some suggestions as far as the purview and see what my council members, I think the safety element, what's embodied in the safety element is part of what they would be looking at, much like traffic looks at circulation element. I would also like to see cannabis and alcohol and DUI as an area that they would look into problems, public health problems, because I think the mental health and the drugs all go into that. And I think, I don't know, I'm interested to hear what you have to say about homeless action plan and whether they would have a front seat, so to speak, in advising us on that. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I'd like to see a little more meat. I won't do it in a motion yet, but one option tonight is we could give direction to staff to come back with I would like to be able to have a public hearing about the municipal quality index and see how that might be used as one more layer of detail on the objectives, and not necessarily move forward with that and then come back and decide what we want to do exactly.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the comments of my fellow council members, and it was great to serve on the committee, on the Equity Committee, with Councilmember Hinsey and others, and thanks for those in the audience that spoke. I do want to make a couple comments. One is I love the evolution of where we started from the Equity Committee on the Public Health and Safety Commission and the refinements that were made in collaboration with the Sheriff's Department. I think those were, that collaboration is notable and appreciated, and just I think we got to a better spot after that collaboration. So I do support where we've ended up there. I also went through all of those recommendations that the Equity Committee made, and there were 45, which was a lot, but it's really nice to see 12 of those completed. And I know that leaves a gap, and maybe most of them will be actioned over time, but I think it will be important in developing a work plan of who owns those. So is it if we approve a Public Health and Safety Commission, does it come back just from staff to council, et cetera? So I think that's good to have the clarity on those remaining actions. I do want to add one last comment, and I guess maybe I'm the last council member to speak other than our mayor, but there were some advanced public comments that talked about diversity, equity, inclusion, and the work plan as being part of a far left ideology that has no place in the city of Encinitas. And I did want to address that because serving on the committee, I was very committed to the stated purpose. And I can say that I really believe that the committee overall was very committed to the stated purpose. And I'd like just to read that so it's here on the record, which is to help the city of Encinitas and Encinitas community create safe, healthy, accessible, and inclusive opportunities for everyone who lives, works, and visits Encinitas. I think about those words, and it's really about inclusion. And so often you hear marginalized people, underrepresented people not feeling safe, not feeling welcome, not feeling that they belong. I really believe it's the council's responsibility, as well as the city in general, to make sure we are that community and that we live up to that stated purpose in general. So I did want to address those comments, and thank you for that, and I'll yield it back.
Thank you, Councilmember Blackwell, for adding those comments. And all of the comments from members of the public, especially those who served on the committee, and my colleagues, I appreciate. I think that for me, looking at the staff report, it says the commission's purpose would be to conduct meaningful and constructive dialogue with the public, the city's law enforcement services providers, which is the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, other city departments, mental health services providers, and or other area contract agencies related to bullet point 1, public health and safety concerns, and bullet point 2, ensure that concerns are addressed in a collaborative and effective manner. And so for me, I'm good with standing up a commission that has those two duties, and knowing that it will be further defined by the commission once it's in place. And it would be my expectation that the work plan that's associated with this particular agenda item would be passed along to the commission to continue the work that was started with the committee and to make recommendations to the council as the policy body to adopt policies that address the issues that they work with the community on. So I'm comfortable with, if the council decides that they are supportive of a commission, that we take applications and that we appoint the commission and then task them with bringing back to us a mission statement and some work plan efforts. And so I look forward to that. I also had a chance to talk to Mr. Ross Ritter this weekend, and from that conversation, I did go to the website of the Human Rights Campaign, and I was able to look at the municipality database, which has a criterion for municipal equality index, and I think it's certainly a laudable goal and will be a component of the work that not only the commission does, but also city staff and council. But it's not the exclusive work that will be done by the commission, but it is an important part of what we're going to do. I did look up Oceanside, which has 100%, and the things that it takes to score well are all listed there. So with specificity, I think we're going to need to adopt some new policies and maybe engage some agencies, some nonprofit organizations that provide certain services. So I think it's important that we do that, but my hope is that we can have a commission that will come back to us with recommendations, because listen, the people that serve on traffic, planning, environmental, arts, parks and rec, the work that they do informs decisions that we make here at the council. This is one of those challenging issues, public health. We don't have a public health department here. We work with the Department of Health and Human Services at the county, so it's always been a little bit complicated, but I look forward to having a group of dedicated people that step forward to volunteer to help us make informed decisions. So with that, I would move that we adopt a commission with 7 members and accept applications just as soon as we can. Councilmember Blackwell. Oh, that was old one. Councilmember Hensy.
I will second your motion, and I just wanted to add that I think that there's enough in terms of the recommendations that were put forth by the Equity Committee. There's still 40, I think, that are left to look into. We did contemplate using the Homeless Action Plan as one of the documents that the committee could choose to take up if they feel so qualified. But I think what we learned from the committee and what I hope that the Public Health Commission can embody is the lived experience that each of those members brings forward as their passion and the thing that they want to work towards. And sometimes I think that we don't even know what that is. So I don't want it to be so prescriptive that we're saying, you're going to work on this, when we might not have somebody whose passion is to work on that thing. So I do think that there's enough in terms of giving them direction, that we are comfortable with the direction we're giving them, but also that they can tell us what it is that we're missing and what we might not always see as council members. So that's it.
And I'm comfortable, I don't know if you wanted in the motion to make it quarterly, but I would encourage liberal use of special meetings, especially at the start, to make sure that there's enough time to tackle the issues related to the startup of a commission like this. It's either have it monthly and cancel meetings, or make it quarterly and have special meetings, and I think the latter is the right way to go. What?
May I just
Yep.
have one more? Just want to make it clear that, so tonight we wanted the direction. We actually will bring back an item. We need to amend the municipal code to add the Public Health and Safety Commission to our municipal code. And so in Portland, will work with the city clerk and her staff to bring that back quickly, but get a application packet ready. And we believe that we can still put notice out there that we're looking for members, even if our actual adoption of the ordinance, so you'll have a first reading and an adoption, won't likely come until August, but we'll do recruitment right away.
That means you want a motion that says that form a Public Health and Safety Commission with 7 members. And have it meet quarterly with special meetings liberally at the start. And I think that is that what you seconded, Kelly?
I'll second again, just in case.
Okay. Okay, thank you all. That takes us back to item 10B.
Mayor, when the planning staff heard that we were moving things around because we had more speakers, they were going to go out in the community and try to get more speakers on the safety item so that you wouldn't rearrange them.
Yeah.
It's competitive. It's really competitive between our departments.
Okay, we're discussing item 10B, which is a hearing, public hearing to consider amendments to the general plan to update the safety element and amend the resource management element and amend the local coastal program. And Senior Planner Dacey is leading this one. Thank you, Melinda.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members and members of the public. I'm Melinda Dacey, the staff planner that is processing the safety element update. This evening, I have with me our consultant, Aaron Fannenstyle with Atlas Planning Solutions. We have Joel Svetko, who is our associate planner that joined the city in January, and this is his first meeting before you all tonight. We have Director Sapau of Development Services and Fire Marshal Hans Schmidt, and Patty Anders is our planning manager. So this was a team effort for the city staff to work on the update to the safety element, and it was a collaborative effort with all the other city departments. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Aaron.
Thanks, Melinda. Good evening, Mayor, council members. So we'll go through a very simple outline tonight. We'll give you a little overview of what the general plan is and does, what the safety element requires, some of the newer requirements that went into effect and that drove a lot of the update before you tonight, the process that was undertaken, and then open it up for any questions or feedback. So before we really get into the details, I want to give you the big picture perspective in that the city has tools when it comes to hazards, when it comes to dealing with emergencies. But those tools have a very different look and feel depending on what you're focused on. If you're looking at something that has a very long timeline, something that you want to look out further into the future, it's going to have a lot more general information, not be super specific. And that's really what we'll be talking about tonight is that big picture, long time frame perspective of how we want to address the hazards within the community. Whereas for things that are happening in the next couple of days or incidents that occur that you have to respond to quickly, you want to have a greater level of specificity. You want to have more information that's actionable. That's really where city staff is relying on documents like the emergency operations plan, right? And there are definitely plans and processes that fall in between those two things like you see on the screen. So again, tonight we're really focused on this longer view, a long-term perspective. So we're not going to be talking in a high degree of specificity. So originally the safety element that we are updating was adopted in 1989. It was one of 7 elements. And since 1989, this element had been adopted in minor ways. So tonight, what you're looking at is a much more comprehensive overhaul of the element. Now, when we talk about general plans and we talk about policy, it really comes down to the type of language we're using. So we will talk a lot about things like goals, and those are the desired end state that we want to achieve. The policies are really the ways, the statements of how you're going to make decisions, how you're going to get closer to that goal. And then the actions are going to be those specific items that either city staff will need to undertake or project applicants, or even committees and commissions. So those are the basic terms that you typically see in elements within your general plan. For the safety element, it is, again, a mandatory chapter. There are 7 required chapters under state California government code. This one specifically focuses on the safety needs of the city. And with it, you're required in all of these elements to include at least some background or technical information, some maps of the issues or the hazards, and then goals and policies to address those issues that you've identified. And it does require update, but now with some changes in government code that we'll go over, that update is becoming more frequent. Now, under the requirements of the government code, you need to protect the community from unreasonable risks associated with a variety of hazards. And we like to organize them in a way so that it's hopefully easy to understand. So the first kind of major category are things like geologic seismic hazards. So again, those are earthquake faults, earthquake shaking, and then the ways that earthquakes can actually impact the community or the ground beneath the community. In the map you see on the right-hand side, those are the areas that have potential for liquefaction as identified and defined by the California Geologic Survey. And so it's, again, trying to understand where are those potential concerns within the community. The next kind of category is dealing with water, so flooding, dam inundation, sea level rise, something called tsunami or SAISH. These are seismic waves that occur along the coastline or in enclosed bodies of water. And then, of course, you have slope instability, things like mudslides and landslides, which are oftentimes water-related. And then the final major category focuses on wildland and urban fires. And with that, we're looking at issues associated with evacuation, peak load water supply, and then the way that you are requiring roadways to be a certain width or ensuring that there's adequate clearance around structures. And so since 2006, the California legislature has started to identify the safety element as this opportunity or maybe a constraint for some communities in the legislation that's being adopted. And so what you see in front of you are 4 specific Senate or Assembly bills that are related to the safety element update itself. One dealing in climate adaptation or climate change, one focused on evacuation, one that now ties every time you update your housing element, you have to update your safety element, and one focused on wildfire. In addition, there's an Assembly Bill 2140. This is more of a carrot than a stick. It is a way to provide some financial incentives to communities that integrate what's called a local hazard mitigation plan into their safety element, which we did in fact to do with this update. Next slide. So just a brief overview when we're talking about climate adaptation and how we are complying with that requirement. We focused on, how the community can be prepared for future climate-related impacts. So looking at things like wildfire, extreme heat or drought, flooding, and then the ways that certain vulnerabilities within the community could be impacted. So folks, households that are in poverty, persons experiencing homelessness, those that are chronically ill, a lot of those are just sensitive populations that with these changes to hazards associated with climate change may be, their impacts may be exacerbated. As part of the project and as an appendix to the safety element, you may have seen the climate vulnerability assessment that was completed. Again, this followed the state's climate adaptation planning guidance, and it used a 4-step process of understanding the issues within the community and laying out a series of potential actions and strategies that can be employed. Here's just a few things that we took into consideration. When we think about some of the historic or current conditions occurring in the city, what happens to the city when your average annual mean temperature changes from around 74 degrees to anywhere between 78 to 81 degrees? What happens when extreme heat days change from 3 days a year to anywhere from 12 to 28 days per year? And how does that impact city function, city operation, and the residents and businesses within the city. And so there are a variety of strategies in the climate vulnerability assessment that help identify ways that you can address some of those concerns. And these are just a couple of them. When we talk about wildfire, there's a specific process that we had to adhere to. So this Senate Bill 1241 not only lays out the new requirements for the safety element, but requires that if you have what are called very high fire hazard severity zones within the boundary of the city, you have to coordinate with CAL FIRE land use planning staff and then receive approval through the California Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, which we did complete during the process. Again, it's really focused on things like, how are you addressing vegetation management, brush clearance, adhering to fire safe regulation requirements, and ensuring that you are providing adequate long-term maintenance and operations for fire mitigation projects or strategies. The last kind of newest requirement is the evacuation requirement under what's called Senate Bill 99. And so this, again, is identifying where do you have what are called single ingress egress conditions. So, something as simple as a cul-de-sac or a roadway that may have some sort of constraint not allowing connection to other parts of the roadway network. So we did this analysis identifying those locations, which you see in green, and then develops a number of goals and strategy policies and actions around that that CAL FIRE reviewed as well as part of the review process. As far as goals, policies, actions, one of the things we wanted to share is how we're addressing climate adaptation within the element. One of the approaches we typically take is we don't want to just copy and paste all of the strategies coming out of the climate vulnerability assessment, because then if you want to make changes or you want to start to address a lot of those issues, you would have to go back and do general plan amendments if you're starting to modify. And so by creating a series of goals and policies that are flexible and provide you with some general information and guidance in a way to set direction, it gives you the flexibility and freedom to then tackle the specific issues coming out of your climate vulnerability assessment in a much more meaningful way without getting into some of the bureaucratic hurdles associated with general plan law. So our process to date, was I going to go through this? Did you? Okay. I think Melinda's going to actually take over the process side of things.
Yes, thank you, Aaron. So as part of the process of the safety element update, we did hold a public workshop on December 7th. We had a few members of the public attend the presentation, and we answered any questions and provided them with any feedback regarding their questions and input. We also had the public review period for the safety element that started November 18th. It's only required to be for 45 days. However, due to the holidays, we extended that time frame to be up to January 18th. We received 15 comments. Most of them are related to the Liebenhain evacuation plan, and there were 2 comments regarding flooding issues. And next, we went to the Environmental Commission. Environmental Commission recommended City Council adoption. We initially had been scheduled January 12th. However, we had to postpone to February due to a lack of quorum at the January meeting. And we did have some feedback from one of the chair of the Environmental Commission that was inquiring about an evacuation plan specific to the San Diego Botanic Garden. However, that's something that the Botanic Garden would need to look into as they're being a private entity and what they need to do to respond in case there's a type of emergency on their private property and what they would need to complete in order to maintain their special status plants or things like that. Additionally, we had the Board of Forestry review and adopt the safety elements at their April 4th meeting. They did have a minor adjustment that we incorporated into the safety element when we went to the Planning Commission, which was to have a program to look for grant funding as well as to look at some retroactive fire enhancements to existing structures, so changing out roof attic vents to meet fire safety standards today that may not have been in place when the structures were originally built. And we went to the Planning Commission on April 20th. The Planning Commission had recommended approval and adoption to the City Council with the items described on the screen, which were incorporated into the safety element draft before the City Council this evening. And these are the steps just showing where we started and how we're here today. And we are available for any questions, and staff's recommending adoption of the City Council resolutions as identified on the screen.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. And we just had a staff report given, and now I will ask the council disclose any other information they've received that is not included in the staff report.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
I did review the Carlsbad safety element as part of my getting informed on ours. So now we're on to preliminary questions, and I'm on a housekeeping matter here. You know, the general plan is our Bible here at the city. We have our policies and goals established in that, and it includes currently a public safety element, and just like it has a circulation element, but the circulation element morphed into a mobility element, and now we're dropping the public off of this particular safety element. Is that just shorthand, or are we formally changing the name, or how does that going to work?
So the current adopted safety element is called the public safety element. With the nomenclature in the state level, the name is safety element. So we are proposing to change the name to just safety element to be consistent with state law.
I see. Okay, Councilman Raylers.
Yeah.
Preliminary questions.
Thank you. Preliminary questions. So I found it amazing that the original public safety element has been static for 28 years. So hopefully tonight what we're adopting will be, 2050, 2051 before it gets updated again. So I especially appreciate that staff put in the comparison of the current public safety element policies to the future ones. And I think you answered my question, but I'm going to ask one more time. So what we're adopting tonight would be literally 55 pages, up from 25 from 1995, 55 pages in the staff report from page 14 to page 69, and the assessment, although it's in the report, it's there to help us. Is that, the safety element is just the 55 pages, correct?
That's correct.
Wonderful. So, and then, let's see, the very high, this is a tongue twister, very high fire hazard severity zone map, I believe that's in the process of being updated. Do we have a schedule for when the new one will be available? I don't know if the fire marshal wants to speak to that.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Yeah, I can answer that. So the original, thank you. The original plan by the California State Fire Marshal was to have that out to the local responsibility areas. There's two different areas, state responsibility area, SRAs, which are primarily unincorporated area, and local responsibility areas, which are incorporated areas generally. They have, originally the plan was to have it out at the beginning of this year. They have since pushed that back. They've had a lot of feedback in their public comment for the SRAs areas, the state responsibility areas, and they've extended the public comment period for that to make sure they're getting all the input they need, and they have pushed back the delivery for the local responsibility areas until they're saying hopefully the end of this year. It may even run into the beginning of next year, but that's the goal right now that I've heard from the State Fire Marshal. So that map will be forthcoming.
So it's not imminent, it's out there almost a year. So, okay,
Yes,
great.
and then I think she mentioned it mentions in this plan that when that is adopted, then it'll get automatically adopted into the safety element. Is that correct?
Yeah, we would need to amend the element to update the map.
Okay, but we could do that pretty easily, so, okay.
And yeah, we will do that.
So then back to one last question on the presentation, but also on page 55. The prediction of acreage burning, I think it was in the presentation. Did I actually see it dropping from an average of 89 to an average of in the 20s, teens to 20s? And is there an explanation on why the models are predicting that?
Yeah, that's that one. If you get into the weeds of it, I'm sure there's probably a much clearer explanation than what I'll be able to provide. I think what we're seeing, though, is that if you're looking at the higher of the two scenarios, you have what they call the RCP 4.5 and the RCP 8.5. The 4.5 is assuming that by mid-century we level off and we're not generating more greenhouse gas emissions, and so the climate will stabilize sooner. 8.5 assumes that we do it much later. And so with that, if it's getting warmer, what the models are showing is that precipitation regimes are changing. And so areas that are typically getting a certain amount of precipitation may be dropping, or because of the difference in temperatures and maybe the changing of the seasons, as far as the growing seasons, that the vegetation's changing. And so you might be seeing that the vegetation or the precipitation may be altering in the modeling, and that's one of the reasons why you're seeing a drop in acres burned, because it may be not as, there may not be as much fuel.
Even though the rain looks to be
right.
Very,
and part of that,
so
what we've seen too with that is that some of the models show is that the precipitation on average may look the same, but you're seeing greater peaks and valleys because you're having really intense storms and then greater drier periods. And so the plant communities actually react differently. Their growing seasons start to change because of the fluctuations or the extremes.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. Yes, this is a big document to try to digest and figure out that sweet spot that you're describing of like how are we getting too into the weeds and how do we think big. So just a couple questions that I had. Earlier in this meeting, we had a suggestion from two community members who are still here with us tonight about looking into firefighting vehicles that might be a little bit more agile and able to move through city streets with traffic calming. If we want to look at that in the future, is this a good place to put that recommendation?
Probably not. So when we talk, and I'll probably let Hans speak to this a little bit more, but I'll just tell you from my practice in planning and emergency management, when you're talking about setting goals and policies for a longer term perspective, getting into the weeds on how many personnel, the specifics on equipment, things like that, it's not really appropriate in a general plan. It's much better suited for like a master plan or a strategic plan for a department or for the city itself, because that's not governed by the rules and regulations of a general plan. I don't know, Hans, is there more that you'd want to add to that?
Yeah, I would just like to say that, yeah, that's more geared towards a strategic plan that the fire department would put together in conjunction with council and other apparatus committees that we have. So outlining what we're going to be looking for in the future in terms of the apparatus and the response units that we're going to be purchasing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe when that opportunity comes up, you could remind us that would be a good time to state that preference.
Yes. Yeah, you will certainly be involved.
Okay, wonderful. And then I think I know the answer to the question, but I just want to ask. So we're going to talk about Vision Zero tonight, and so that's part of how we're protecting our residents' safety as they move through the streets. And I think that it's probably better fit for our mobility element, but could you just describe why that might not be a good fit for the safety element?
Do you know much about Vision Zero? Roy, do you know much about Vision Zero? because I'm not familiar with Vision Zero, so.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member Hensy. Are you asking if it's appropriate for us to reference Vision Zero or? in
Yeah,
this
I mean,
safety
any
element?
mention of our efforts to keep tragic fatalities from happening on our city streets seems like there's a good fit for our safety element there.
So, Alan, if you can touch on whether or not the safety element addresses traffic safety
Yeah, okay.
in the document.
So typically, no, partly because traffic safety is usually a function of the circulation system itself. You know, the nature of hazards and kind of what we're trying to ensure the safety element is complying with is what the government code is looking or requiring of the city. And typically traffic collisions, those types of issues are not under the purview of the safety element. It's typically mostly found in the circulation element. So I think what we have found for a lot of communities, though, is that they want to make sure that they're connecting community safety. And what we saw in some of the other elements is that there are other aspects of community safety that are being addressed, you know, in things like resource management and circulation. And so part of tonight, you know, our recommendation would be to look at what the existing elements you already have are already doing to address that, because there may be better locations that are better suited to focus on kind of the Vision Zero goals that you're looking to achieve.
Okay, thank you. One last point I want to call out is that we do talk a lot about cooling centers in the safety element, and I find a particular passion for those. And I think that's one of those things that we kept thinking, oh, we're going to have more hot days in the future, and we're already experiencing more hot days now that coincide with those public safety shutoffs when we don't have electricity to even run the air conditioning. And so I just want to make the point tonight to my colleagues and the safety personnel in the room that I think it's really important for us to accelerate the efforts that are outlined in the safety element, including building our reliance on microgrids so that we don't have to depend on the grid to keep those centers cool, to expanding them, making sure we have a third one in the city, maybe one that's even further east. Maybe there's a way we can even look at Pacific View becoming a cooling center, and increasing the hours, because I think the public safety shutoff took place during the nighttime, and I had an infant who was like 10 days old, and it was the most terrifying thing to not have electricity going into the night. So I think there are a lot of residents who would probably take advantage of those cooling centers if we made them available. So that's basically it for me. I just had two things that I think we should update in the element, and one is to replace the point-in-time count with our 2023 point-in-time count, because now those numbers are available to us, and they probably weren't when you first started circulating the draft. And the other one is just something that, if my memory serves correct, regarding bluff failure. I think the fatality that took place in 2000 was south of Stone Steps and not Beacons. Maybe the mayor remembers that better than me, but I don't think there was a fatality near Beacons at that time.
We did look into that particular item. We actually pulled that reference directly from the city's or the county's multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan and the city's annex to it. So that is actually a reference from that particular document. So unless that document got it wrong, which very well could be, that's where we were actually referencing that from.
My recollection is it was between the two, and maybe it was closer to Beacons, and that's why they identified it that way. I am going to call on Deputy Mayor Lyons for preliminary questions.
I have a preliminary question about, on page 32, there's goals, S-1A is the title of the page. So the goal S-1.2 reads, and I want to get your understanding of what this means. New development shall be responsible for meeting the initial cost and ongoing maintenance for public safety services and/or equipment associated with that development. Could you explain what that means?
Yeah, the intent of that would be as a new property is developed within the city, that you're ensuring the cost of services associated with that new development, not only initially, but over the long term, are covered by the development itself. So it's ensuring kind of financial or fiscal sustainability associated with new development, that it's paying its fair share in its way.
So I'm still not sure, I'm still not clear. You're not implying the development itself pays its way. You're implying the city's taking on the obligation to make sure that the costs of ongoing maintenance for public safety are covered.
Meaning that, yeah, as through the development review process, that you're looking at what is going to be the cost of services associated with that, and ensuring that the development itself will be paying its way, and it's not going to turn into a burden on existing as well as future city services.
Perhaps, Roy, you could elaborate then on that, because I don't know what mechanism we currently have that does that. And I know Bruce is looking at me like he knows or something.
Roy will know.
Bruce knows. Bruce knows too. It's so the fire department has mitigation fees that are in place for the initial construction of that building. It'll cover it for the first year or two while it's being built, and then when the taxes kick in, then that'll cover the balance of the monies needed to maintain the public safety and the impact that that particular facility is having on public safety and response.
Okay.
I think the idea is this policy gives us the legal ability to charge.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that clarification. I appreciate it.
And there are a slew of fees that get assessed on every development, and that's part of that. And then is it assumed that the ongoing maintenance is part of their property tax payments, or how does the ongoing?
That's correct. So the mitigation fee just covers the first couple of years until it's built
and reassessed.
And then it gets assessed by the county, and then they start paying their taxes. So it covers that interim period.
Right. Thank you. Okay. I would like to open the public hearing.
We have no speakers.
Close the public hearing. Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, I just have a quick question. First of all, I think it's a really good process, obviously that you follow here, and the updates were very good. I had to myself really dive into it. I didn't know all of the safety plans, so I did spend a lot of time. It was a very big attachment, but I did spend a lot of time with it, and I appreciated the red line version that showed, the changes. But one of the things that struck me was that you had a public comment period. It went before the Environmental Commission, the Planning Commission, so there was time for the public to engage. But yet we only got 15 comments, right? And did that surprise you? And my follow-up question would be, is there a way to help the public understand the safety element? Because there's so much really good information. How do we really get that out once it's adopted? Once these changes are adopted, I should say.
I would say no, it didn't really surprise me as far as the number of comments. I think actually I was pleased that you actually had some engagement. There have been many communities I've worked up and down the state where you get very little, if any. So that was, I think, a feather in your cap as a community. To ensure that it stays in the forefront of the community, I think one of the actions you took earlier with the Public and Safety Committee, that could be one avenue. I think the other thing is you're hopefully going to see this every year as planning staff is updating you on the progress that they've made and the efforts that they're undertaking. As long as you're treating this document and viewing it in the same way you're looking at things like your emergency operations plan and your multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, and if you're pursuing the funding that's attached and available through those avenues, then hopefully you'll start to see positive benefits coming through the community by being able to mitigate some of these issues and kind of alleviate yourself of some of that future risk. So.
Okay, thank you. I'd say the one thing that I was a little disappointed in is that the there is very little mention of our railroad. And we have a Class 1 railroad that carries freight through our city every day. And derailments are happening, and the potential for derailment is real. And this particular safety element really didn't give the presence of that railroad and the operations of those trains much space. Railroad is mentioned a few times, but there's no mention of North County Transit District as the rail operator and our relationship with them and the safety plans that they may have and how we interact. And it's one of the reasons why when I was, trying to assess whether my expectations of having more mention of the railroad in this document, I went to the Carlsbad safety element, and they do have not pages of information about it, but a pretty good description of what's going on and who the partner is with that particular line. So I recognize that this draft essentially mirrors the old element, which had very little information about the details, but when it was previously written, the operations of the railroad were a lot different. We didn't have a public agency that ran it, and so I am interested in having this modified to include more about the railroad. So I would prefer to not adopt this tonight and continue it to a date certain whatever you think is appropriate to bring back a section of language that includes some details about our partner with the railroad corridor.
If I could also address that particular concern, Mayor, as we started this process, we also did a review of all of the elements. One of the things that we've recognized when it comes to the safety element is sometimes there can be some overlap in how we develop policy and how we address specific concerns. One of the reasons why you don't see a lot of or a significant amount of information is because the existing circulation element had a pretty nice discussion of the North County Transit District and the railroad right-of-way and its operations. And so we felt like it was adequately addressed, but we do understand your concern.
Yeah, I would think that you'd have it in both places, so that there was, instead of just there's a railroad corridor, there's a Class 1 railroad that runs through our city every day. And so I think missing that information is an oversight, and so I'm not really comfortable with adopting this. But Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Mayor Krantz, I think that's a really good comment. My question is more for our city manager and a couple kind of process and funding things. One is, we haven't updated this for a while, and this seems to identify some things that we should be paying attention to and some follow-up documentation. And, that's all part of the implementation, I think. And you summarized all that really well for Councilmember Blackwell with answering her question. It to me looks like there's some things we are directed to look at, and here it is. This is our our plan that says, yes, we will look at these. In your opinion, will this be something that we kind of want to look at really carefully for upcoming budgets? Is this something like a notch up from status quo, where we have to kind of check off some things that we're paying attention to now that we might not have paid attention to before? Just a budgetary kind of question.
I will keep it very brief. The state legislature requires that you do a number of plans. They never give us any money to actually implement the plans. So all of the plans from, you and I have talked about native plants and different things that have been adopted. Our staff does a fantastic job of bringing the plan forward, and there's a lot of thoughtfulness in it. But it will be items that each year we will take a look at, and staff will make recommendations that are in competition with all of the other things that we do. And you'll have a similar thought, I think, when we do our info items on Vision Zero and some of our mobility items, that there's just really not enough funding to do everything.
And so with that
Try.
having been said, I figured you might answer in that way, but with that having been said, it seems like everything points back to the infrastructure task force and their knowledge of what the bar is that we're trying to hurdle, and we want to do it successfully to meet the not only the objectives of our plans, but to meet the expectations of our community. So funding is going to be very important. I'm glad to hear you mentioned that there was funding, and we're going to check that box that we're going to be eligible for that funding. So hopefully we can be. More of a comment than a question. Thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I support adding the NCTD, the derailment. I agree that is probably something that should be addressed. I think we previously talked about updating the to the 2023 point in time count. I like that. There's an area I'm going to ask as a question. We cover hazardous materials, and in the case of geologic earthquakes, we talk about regional issues where there's the Rose Canyon fault. But what about songs and the radioactive material up at the decommissioned nuclear power plant? Should there be a paragraph in here on policy for the city in regards to supporting the safe mitigation and hopefully removal of that?
There very well could be. It's really up to the city's discretion on how you want to address those types of things. The challenge we find with a lot of communities, and we just updated a safety element in another community where they had policies surrounding songs, and their element was similar era, 1995. We removed those policies because there's really nothing that is in the city's control. Having a policy that says we support the decommissioning of songs doesn't really do anything at the local level. It really just states kind of the preference or the kind of hope for the city, which we all know it's kind of happening. When it comes to something catastrophic happening at songs, and it could be at the result of an earthquake, it could be some number of different types of issues. That's really where the emergency operations plan is going to kick in. The county has a very robust annex for dealing with nuclear incidents associated with songs. That's really going to drive kind of the response and any sort of recovery activities that may be necessary. So again, it's really up to the city, but from my perspective, I don't know that it really helps you achieve anything at the local level. That really impacts the quality of life for residents from a day-to-day standpoint.
Yeah, to the degree we wouldn't change any physical implementation, but we might change our emergency operations plan or take it into account, much like we do other disasters. Most of these big disasters are not starting in the middle of Encinitas. They're coming from wildfires from the east, tsunamis from the ocean, and so tsunami would be the same thing. I guess there would be some physical change. In a tsunami, we might preclude rebuilding within a tsunami zone, but I could see including this, but it's really up to my colleagues.
Yeah. So, for example, on the one. I just searched for railroad, and I found in policy goal S5, policy 3, it says coordinate with railroad operators to ensure hazardous materials are transported through the city. It says safety, and I think it means safely. So that would be a typo.
Yeah, that would be a typo.
And so we want to at least correct that. But I would make a motion that we continue this hearing to this public hearing to the first meeting in August, whatever that date is, and see if you can take a look at what Carlsbad has about the railroad and address the point in time count and maybe bring it back on consent. I don't know, maybe we can't.
Would you like to close? Would you like to close the public hearing and provide direction to staff to just bring it back with the changes?
I want to do whatever is legal. I think the other day we had a public hearing going, and it was recommended that we continue to a date certain.
Yeah, if you're going to continue the public hearing, in order to not renotice, you need to continue a date certain. That's the only difference. Right.
So no renotice. I was trying to save that problem.
If you did do a date certain, then there won't need to be a renotice. But the public comment portion of the public hearing is over now.
Right.
So this will just be brought back to City Council
Yes.
for further discussion as part of your discussion.
What is the date certain, Kathy?
August 9th.
So I would move that we continue the public hearing to August 9th and have the safety element updated to include a little more detail about the Class 1 railroad and point time count.
And I'll second for discussion for one thing. In the Planning Commission, we used to have to, we would, if we continued with public testimony closed, then we could not open it, did not have the option of the next time. And if new information comes in, we ran into public that was frustrated. So one thing we took to doing at the Planning Commission was reopening the public hearing tonight and then having an opportunity for public testimony at the next meeting. I'm throwing it out there as an option.
And you know, I don't really have any problem with that because if you noticed, I banged it open and banged it closed because there's nobody here.
Precisely why I'm saying it, just in case there was some recommendation in the next one that
I'm good
lit
with
up
that.
somebody.
I'm going to reopen the public hearing and I'm going to continue this meeting to August 9th and ask that staff bring back a little more information about our railroad, Class 1 railroad, and the point in time count updated, and should be pretty simple. You know, I think that their explanation about that was fine with me. I know that if we have a problem at songs, I'm going south and not north.
And I second what you just motioned.
Okay.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you to staff. I know it's been a long process, and I know that the importance of our general plan is paramount, and you guys approach this business with that in mind, so thank you very much. We are now on to informational items, and we start with 11A, Vision Zero update. And our senior planner, mobility coordinator, Jednak, is going to present that item. Evan, you ready?
I am now, yes.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'm Evan Jednak, Senior Mobility Planner, here tonight to present item 11A, which is an update on the Vision Zero program. So a little bit of background here. Vision Zero is a strategy to eliminate all traffic fatalities and severe injuries while increasing safe, healthy, equitable mobility for all. The concept originated in Europe in the 1990s, and it's gaining momentum in the US. So the definition and graphics shown on this slide are from the Vision Zero Network, and that's a nonprofit in charge of implementing the concept in the US. There's a couple key principles to Vision Zero. One is that Vision Zero recognizes that people will sometimes make mistakes, so the road system and related policies should be designed to ensure those mistakes don't result in severe injuries or fatalities. This means that road designers and policymakers are expected to improve the roadway environment, policies, and other related systems to lessen the severity of crashes. And second, it's a multidisciplinary approach. It brings together diverse stakeholders to address a complex problem, and Vision Zero acknowledges that many factors contribute to safe mobility, including roadway design, speeds, behaviors, technology, and policies. So here's some background on the Vision Zero effort in Encinitas thus far. In October 2019, the concept of Vision Zero was first presented to the City Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission by Circulate San Diego through its Vision Zero in North County report. In September 21, the City Council adopted a resolution officially endorsing Vision Zero and setting a goal of 2028 to eliminate traffic deaths and fatalities. In April 22, staff presented an update to the council on Vision Zero, and at that time, the council directed staff to prepare a focused Vision Zero action plan. And then in August of 22, the council adopted the Local Roadway Safety Plan, or LRSP. The LRSP is a systemic evaluation of citywide safety that identifies and prioritizes roadway improvements based on local conditions and collision history. So for tonight's presentation, I want to focus on what we've already done with the LRSP and discuss how that relates to our Vision Zero effort. So again, the LRSP was adopted by Council in February 22. The cover page is shown on this slide. The LRSP is a Caltrans initiative, and Caltrans defines the LRSP as a framework to systematically identify and analyze safety problems and recommend safety improvements. So our LRSP is primarily focused on engineering solutions. This would include policies called countermeasures and include such things as install bike boxes at crosswalks, or installing striping on crosswalks, or installing raised medians. However, our LRSP goes beyond just engineering. It also includes a chapter on non-engineering safety solutions. This consists of education and enforcement policies for young drivers and bikers, and policies to prevent things like speeding, driving under the influence, or distracted driving. So our LRSP is actually quite a thorough plan overall. So what is the difference between LRSP and Vision Zero? Well, it is industry standard to consider these two plans as equivalent. Caltrans states on their LRSP webpage that in order to apply for Highway Safety Improvement Program funds, or HSIP grants, an agency must have completed their LRSP or an equivalent of the LRSP, such as a Vision Zero action plan. Fair & Peers, who is the consultant preparing our vehicle miles traveled guidelines, and KOA, the consultant who prepared our LRSP, use these terms LRSP and Vision Zero plan on their web pages as either equivalent or interchangeable. Beyond Caltrans and the aforementioned transportation consultants, here are some further examples of public agencies using LRSP and Vision Zero interchangeably, including these Bay Area cities of Mountain View and Lafayette, and the Association of Bay Area Governments. These are snips from their web pages shown here. The Bay Area has seen strong support of the Vision Zero concept, which will be illustrated on the next slide. And also as a side note, Caltrans has a similar document called Safer Streets Together, Carlsbad has a similar document called Safer Streets Together, which is another equivalent that is endorsed as a Vision Zero plan on the SANDAG website. So the actual name of the document seems to be less important than the content and the policies within when it comes to Vision Zero. This is a map from the Vision Zero network of all the jurisdictions throughout the country that are officially recognized as Vision Zero communities as of August 2022. The network noted that several cities have obtained recognition since this map was last updated in emails to us, and several more are currently awaiting recognition, but this gives a good sense of the nationwide scale. So the logical next question is, how do we get Encinitas on this map? And this is how. So the Vision Zero network invites interested agencies to complete an online questionnaire to be considered for recognition as a Vision Zero community. Staff has already completed and submitted this questionnaire back in March 2023. The network has confirmed receipt of our submission, and the last we heard from them is that they expect to respond with either a decision or comments or questions by the end of this month. The questionnaire contains 40 highly detailed and specific questions, and we were able to answer all of them quite confidently using our LRSP and the 2021 Council resolution supporting Vision Zero. Given that we were able to complete the questionnaire with such high confidence, staff anticipates that the network would have few questions or comments. So that being said, here are the next steps for Encinitas to become officially recognized as a Vision Zero city. Staff will develop a final draft of the Vision Zero action plan based on feedback received from the Vision Zero network. Our goal is to leverage the work that's already been done with the LRSP to the extent possible, especially given that it's an industry standard to consider them as equivalent plans. Leveraging what we can from the LRSP will avoid undertaking duplicate efforts and could ultimately save the city money. And to be clear, we do intend to modify the LRSP to some extent to get our Vision Zero action plan, but it could very well be a minimal modification based on what the feedback we get from the network. Once we have received direction from the network, staff will plan on conducting a public workshop in August to obtain public feedback. And staff has recently met with local stakeholders, including Encinitas Bike Walks, to discuss what has been presented tonight regarding the LRSP and Vision Zero, and they were supportive of this approach. So finally, once we have a final draft of our new Vision Zero action plan and we have our public feedback from the workshop, we'll plan to bring that back to council for approval around September of this year. And that'll conclude my presentation and available for questions.
Thank you for the presentation and for the efforts that you're making. I know that the traffic engineering department is also working without the umbrella of the officialness of Vision Zero to reduce the vehicle mayhem that we see in our cities. So I appreciate all of the effort. Councilmember Ehlers.
Just a quick question. If we do the Vision Zero action plan, does that replace completely the LRSP and that would be obsolete at that point?
Not necessarily. I think we could take either approach. It's probably going to depend on the feedback we get from the network. But right at this point, we're open to either approach, to keeping the two plans separate or potentially combining them.
Okay, and only the LRSP exists today, right? You would generate the other?
That's correct.
Is it on the website? Can I go download it from the website, the
Yeah,
LRSP?
the LRSP is on the website.
Thank you.
Yeah, there is a Vision Zero webpage actually, and the LRSP is linked as a resource on there, and it may also have its own webpage.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yeah, follow-up question from comments earlier today about the larger emergency vehicles that need to move very quickly through our streets. Can you remind me or refresh my memory on whether we address that in our LRSP?
Is that in regards to
in regards to the safety of alternate modes of circulation?
Good evening, Councilmember. A. Bandigan, City Traffic Engineer. LRSP focuses mostly on collision history and potential collisions that could have happened based on a citywide systemic evaluation of different corridors, assuming certain risk factors at different intersections, different roadways, and based on other collisions that historically happened around the city and the characters of these other intersections, these other corridors, if they are a potential risk. And then the outcome of that is improvements around the city on these corridors and intersections based on the collision history. It does not go into potential selection of our emergency response apparatus or anything like that.
I'm remembering that now. Thank you for reminding me. So it's more backward looking. This is the data we have, and this is what's happened in our community, and this is where maybe our focus areas should be. And then our action plan will be forward looking about then what then do we do as far as improvements to address Vision Zero? Is that how the action plan will be?
Well, so the LRSP, it does include several policies which are called countermeasures of, how to implement and achieve the Vision Zero concept. So it is, both backward looking as it's based on the collision data, but it also does provide countermeasures for reducing, the fatalities and injuries.
All right. I think we'll have a lot of people interested in reviewing our documents as we move forward and giving some good input.
Okay.
Mayor Pence, we do have a public speaker.
Okay, I would like to hear from the public speaker.
Judy Burlfine.
Hello, I'm Judy Burlfine, and I am also chair of Encinitas Bike Walk, and I and Christine Schindler met with Evan, so Thank you, Evan, for bringing this forward. Really appreciate it. Let me get focused here. I think if Vision Zero will help us get additional grant funding, it's a great thing, and we should do what we can to get it certified as quickly as possible. I looked through the local road safety plan. If you look on page 24, that's where they start talking about the countermeasures, and a lot of them are, engineering solutions, but some non-engineering solutions. Sorry, the font is way too small for me to read. And I think they do a good job of, they've analyzed where our collisions have been, and then they make recommendations for specific intersections, but they also say this recommendation would work systemically, and you could put it in all across your city. So I think the LRSP is good, and if we can use it to get the Vision Zero certification, more power to us. I'm concerned, as I think probably all of us in this room are, that sometimes we have so many plans and have trouble getting to where we're fixing things. Made me think of when I applied to college, you had to write like 10 essays, and now they've figured it out and they have a common app and you just write one. So if we could take what we've learned from the map and from Vision Zero and from Complete Streets, and now there's Safe Streets and Roads for All, and glean from all of that a plan to fix all our problems with mobility, I think that would be super. Let's see. Overall, the most important goal that we in the bike community, as crazy as it is, we're divided on lots of things, but the one thing that we all agree on is that if cars slow down, everyone is safer. If you're hit at 20 miles per hour, you have injury. If you're hit at 40, you have a good chance of dying. So whatever we need to do to get the cars to slow down, be it engineering or more law enforcement or more technology, I'm fully in support of that. So I hope we can quickly get this approved, look at all those countermeasures, prioritize them so that we can make a plan on how to implement them. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. So just a few points. One is that I learned about the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant that's from the U.S. Department of Transportation. And Jill had let me know that we had applied for that for the Hygeia roundabout in the past. We weren't successful. But I understand there's a bunch of money available for implementation once we have that plan, what if it's the local road safety plan or if it's our Vision Zero plan, certified, that we're then eligible for all of these things. So it is a little disappointing that it's not us dragging our feet, but it's the Vision Zero network that's dragging their feet, because I think this grant deadline is July 10th, and like we would have been eligible for a lot of that funding if they had given us our certification earlier. But I just want to encourage us to keep looking at that grant program as it continues on for years to come. Another point is that Joy and I attended the Sandag's joint meeting of the Regional Planning Commission and the Shoreline Preservation Commission. And they opened that meeting with highlighting the fact that Sandag has adopted a Vision Zero plan, which is meant to cover all the jurisdictions in the county of San Diego. And so I don't know if that means that they're going to be doling out funding to places that they see as good candidates to eliminate potential fatalities and severe injuries within the county. But I hope that we're collaborating with them about that to be able to position ourselves for funding in that way. We always are reminded that our budget is not big enough to accomplish all the things that we want to, and I think it's particularly clear around making our streets and road networks safer. When we look at things like the ATP and we just see millions of zeros all over it, so that it's going to be so long before we can have the rail trail throughout the city and have Class 1 bike lanes in every place where we want them. It can be frustrating. And so I want to say thank you to Abe for last year implementing some quick build projects. That was our effort to try to get around the significant funding that goes into making streets safe. We had a few projects that I'm really proud of, and it allows us to try them out. And then it's also a sign of success to me that when we're going to talk next about the cycle track, but that you implemented some of those strategies as part of the cycle track, which accomplished what Judy asked for, which is slowing the speeds for cars that are turning in and out of driveways with those speed humps that can just be affixed to the pavement. And I just want to encourage us to keep moving towards quick build solutions, because there are so many that can help our biggest intersections and main arterials. Like, I would love to see some quick build along Encinitas Boulevard and Coast Highway 101 at that intersection. And I talk about it all the time, but Encinitas Boulevard and the Westlake Quail Gardens Drive intersection. So, you know, those are hulking. They're really unfriendly to pedestrians who are trying to think about how to cross it and what the safest way to do it is. And so let's keep going with those things, even though I know we get a lot of input from the community and sometimes it's not always perfect or beautiful or the way that they want to see it. So all those things help us kind of circumvent the 85th percentile rule with speeds and bring our speeds down and just make drivers more aware that it's not just drivers on the road, it's a bunch of different user groups. So I'm encouraged that we're getting this update. Let's move forward. Let's keep attracting funding and keeping America's most beautiful biking, walking, rolling city in the whole country. I think we can do it. I believe that very deeply. So thank you for your efforts, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the update and look forward to Vision Zero getting back to us. Okay, moving on to item 11B, which is a cycle track construction update. And I tossed this on the agenda to give people the opportunity to come speak. There was a lot of social media chatter about it, and so I know it's a late hour, and so maybe that kept people away, but maybe they are getting used to it, I hope, because I love it. It's, as I mentioned, in perhaps the most scenic stretch of our coastline, and the ability to ride a bike on the west side of 101 there is very enjoyable, and I appreciate the cycle track two-way aspect of the facility as well. I've also noticed while using it just how busy the Coastal Rail Trail still is up on the east side of the railroad corridor. I've recently been riding that with great care due to the fact that you mix with pedestrians there. And what I like most about the cycle track is that it's essentially a dedicated space for bicyclists. So with that, an update from Abe.
All right, well, good night, Mayor, council members, members of public. As you mentioned, an update on our Phase 2 cycle track. I'll try to go quick. Most of you, well, all of you were familiar with what we had out there. I remember one of the first meetings I started as a city traffic engineer, former commissioner Brian Grover mentioned, Abe, we have this long stretch of road south of downtown that certainly needs a lot of attention. We don't have a bike lane there. That was the first time somebody brought that up to me. We had a good 3,500 feet of missing bike lanes south of Swami's along the campground and getting closer to Chesterfield area. We didn't have any option for a U-turn once you pass Swami's all the way to Chesterfield Signal. There was no option if somebody wanted to ride along the beach. They couldn't make a U-turn anywhere along the stretch. We had a lot of access points. We had the Swami's, we had the day camp, we had the campground. None of them had a channelization for right turn. Vehicles had to get out of the southbound number 2 lane into these facilities. We had very limited parking available, and as you know, we had a lot of parking activity happening on the east side of the road by the rail, and then people crossing. Frequent crossing activity because of those parkings on the east side. We did not have ADA parking spots along the corridor. We had very wide travel lanes. Number 1 lanes were mostly 12, 13. Number 2s were 20, 25, 30 feet wide, as I'll show in the next slide. Some drainage issues in our relatively old infrastructure there. And we didn't have any loading, unloading area for our beach users on the east or west. Some photos of the old 101 as a refresher of what we had. 2 lanes of traffic in some areas, 1 lane in some areas, very wide striped median and also raised median in several areas. And as you can see in the bottom, very wide lanes. Bottom left is the old access, southbound access to the campground. As you can see, a lane that's 24 to 40 feet wide with no marking. Bikes are active here. People park here. Campers use this. When the camp entrance backs up, they back up into this lane, and then there's an adjacent vehicle passing the vehicle that is in the queue in the number. So passing happens, and we have bikers also active. Bottom right is the northbound, similar 12-footer lanes. A little bit further north, we still have a 25-footer number 2 lane, a 12-footer number 1 lane. For southbound, for northbound, we have a 14-footer number 1 lane, a 5 to 6 feet bike lane, which is at the same time a door zone, if we assume that dirt area on the right is parking, and then a wide number 2 lane. Similarly, I'm not going to go, this is the day camp. You have 21 foot, and we have a lot of activity going on, people turning in, turning out, bikers passing each other, cars. On the bottom right, we have the old northbound bike lane by the guardrail, the wide striped median, and 2 12-footer lanes. And this is closer to Swami's where, as you can see, we had only 2 lanes, but a good 50, 60-footer space was using that space with 2 good bike lanes that we had. So we saw an opportunity with council's direction about trying to improve things. We applied for a state and federal grant. We were able to secure a good $650,000 of state money, HSIP grant. And very recently, about a month ago, we requested Caltrans to provide us additional funding, and they granted us an extra $130,000. But similar to every other expense these days with inflation and everything, our minimum bid came out even higher than our original grant and the additional funds that we got. So we still ended up having to use about $470,000 of city general fund, with the project being at about 98%, 99% now. We don't anticipate this number to drastically increase, but this is where we're at right now, about $1,250,000. It should be noted that a big chunk of this is this Slurry off the road. It's not just this project. We basically, Reese Slurry did a crack fill and seal and everything, and did whole slurry seal off the roadway, which guarantees the road quality for a few years. And this is the new project. So I have a few slides and quickly talk about some new benefits that comes with this. We have a new facility that accommodates different types of users. I'm sure you've seen the past few weeks. We have a lot of users along the corridor that you couldn't see them before. We have our younger generation, we have families, we have kids, parents riding there in our two-way facility, and we were able to keep bike lanes in each direction. On top of that, bottom left shows the simplest cross-section that we have over there, 1 lane in each direction, bike lanes, and a good two-way cycle track. We've added, there was a small area between K Street and Swami's where we didn't have room for a bike lane. We added greenback sharrows there. We introduced reverse angle parking to be consistent with the streetscape. We introduced 2 measures to increase visibility. When cars get in, there is a 2-foot, as you can see on the bottom right, there's a 2 to 3 foot area where cars cannot park, but it gives that cushion between the bike lane and the parking area so that if cars start to get out, their bumper can come at least 3 feet before getting into the bike lane area. And there's also a buffer behind the parked cars. We added a good 50, a little bit more than 50 new parking spaces. We knew that we had limited capacity here. We could see the cars parked on the east side during the day, and with this new striping, we were able to create 45-degree angle parking As you can see from the black SUV parked there, they're relatively long parking spots. So chances of a F-250, F-350 parking in there and not encroaching into the bike lane is very high. We don't anticipate, kind of like downtown where we have a little bit of a smaller diagonal parking where a long vehicle can kind of encroach into the number 2 lane. This situation will not happen here. We could increase more parking. We could add more, but we had to balance it out. What we did is we added this 4 foot on the bottom left. You can see it. Every other parking space has a 4-footer area that we thought would be perfect for loading, unloading, campers, surfers, changing area. Like this will be used. Basically, every car has a space on their left or right to be able to load and unload and not to have to do it in the bike lane area. We also added some ADA spaces. This is a sample of our high visibility crossings. At all crossings, we added high visibility continental crosswalks at driveways. We added ADA access for our bus stations that are now outside of the cycle track. You can see on the bottom right, there is a new small crosswalk for them with ramps. And with the addition of parking on the west side, we anticipate less pedestrians crossing along 101. As mentioned, we added these new parking spaces. We added 4 new ADA parking spots. 2 of them you can see on the bottom right. And now we have additional right turn pockets. This is the campground. On the bottom left, it's the new campground entrance. As you can see, now we have a relatively good right turn pocket that if there is a queue formed, the back of the queue will not end up in the travel lane. They do have their own right turn pocket and will not have any conflicts with the bike lane. We anticipated a lot of activity at these intersections. With the introduction of the 2-way cycle track, we have Swamis, we have the campground. There's a lot of activity at these major driveways and these major entrances to the west. So we wanted to make sure that we add as much safety measure as we could. So we added yield lines for bicyclists in the cycle track and the signage associated with that. We added speed bumps in both directions for the right turners to slow down, not to create that potential right hook situation for the cyclists. And also along the cycle track for the left turners, we thought there might be some distraction where a left turning vehicle, northbound left turn, tries to find a gap in the southbound traffic and turn quickly into the Swamis or into campground. They might forget to check. We have signage that says look both directions for cyclists, but we didn't stop there. We added these bumps there to make sure they get to a speed below 5 miles per hour before they get into the cycle track area. So additional signage, pavement marking, bumps, green conflict zones. We added a lot at these driveway locations to make sure we're not creating that false sense of security for the bicyclists crossing these major driveways. Some post-construction observations. We haven't conducted a full survey yet because technically the project construction is not yet 100% completed. What we are already seeing fewer cars parking on the east side, and we're seeing a lot of parking activity on the west side. Supermajority, I mean, I've driven tens of times the past few weeks. Supermajority are using backing correctly. Every now and then we have 1 or 2 cars that are heading in. We want to start with education, but obviously at some point we have the option of enforcing if that's the case, because they are crossing the double yellow center stripe median, which is an illegal activity. Very few northbound drivers cross double as said. We have ample space. I have not seen even, well, obviously summer has not yet arrived, technically speaking, but the ample space that we have, I haven't seen it more than 20% occupied. We have a good amount of parking. Any time I pass there's a lot of parking available. Bicycle volume along the stretch has increased. I can see, again, we don't have a count, but I'm pretty sure I'm seeing users that were not in that stretch of road before, bicyclists. I said parking spaces are being properly utilized. People know how to utilize them. New turn pockets are being used properly. We have some parallel parking combined with diagonal parking. People are parking parallel what they should, parking diagonal where they should. So it's pretty clear to public how they should utilize these facilities. And we're seeing slower speeds. With the new striping that went in and with the new project completed, we anticipate in the next week or two, We will conduct a new speed survey. This is the only stretch left that still has a high speed. With the lane narrowing that was implemented and with all these features, we are optimistic that we should be able to lower the speed limit of the corridor. Thank you. I am open to questions.
Thank you. Kathy, we do have a public speaker.
Yes, we do have one. Judy Burlfine.
Way to hang in there.
Hi there. So thank you, Abe, for building it, for coming up with the idea, and thank you to the City Council for putting it in there. I've talked to some people who like it, some who don't like it, and I think the thing that it's easy to not remember is how many of us 30, 40 years ago used to ride this stretch and stopped for a long time because it just felt so unsafe. And so it's nice to be able to go back again. I really appreciate that. So I rode it for the first time today after having walked it with Kelly a few weeks ago. And I definitely like being protected with the curbs. I noticed in the north half, the cars appear to be going slower due to the narrower lanes. I'm a little concerned on the southern half where it goes downhill. I can't tell if the lanes are any wider there, but the cars were picking up speed. One idea, in North Leucadia, we have those speed humps. I don't know if we have to put a speed hump in the middle of the road to slow the speed down, because like we've said so many times tonight, slowing the cars down is really the key to saving lives. One small concern, there was a bunch of gravel in there. If we can get it swept, that would be really wonderful. And then we talked briefly, I looked at the right turn wedges, I don't know the official name for them, and I think it's good that we're slowing the cars down when they go into Swami's. I'm not sure, and it's up to all of you to decide if we need the 2 humps or if we need something a little smoother that's not so jarring to the car. But I definitely think it's important where there are right turns to slow the cars down. And I'm a little concerned about the cars going north, making left turns into the one of those beach areas, because they have to make a really quick left turn, and then if there's someone in the cycle track, that's very scary. And lastly, I want to say that people love it, and people are confused, not just by the cycle track. Drivers are overwhelmed by all the things that they didn't learn about in driver's training that are new, like paint and broken paint and bumps and signs and this and that. So I think any kind of education that we can do, okay, I'll be really quick. Any kind of video, the thing that I thought of today, if anyone knows about it, if it exists, but someone's got to have made a video game of riding a bike through a city like Encinitas and avoiding all the cars coming out at driveways. I think we need some kind of engaging education to help the car drivers and the cyclists understand all this newness. Thank you.
Would that be Grand Theft Bicycle?
Yes. Thank you, Judy. And I do know that Nico Sugias at Charlie's Electric Bikes is willing to produce a video, and my hope is that we can take that step. Maybe Kelly can star in it or something, and council can participate. But Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. Yeah, this is such a beautiful project, and I love riding it. And I walked it with Judy, and I drove it, and I tried the parking spots and all these things. And every concern that I had the first time we walked it was eliminated every time I came back, and there was more signage or striping or speed bumps, and it's just so comfortable as a bike rider to ride that stretch. And I think that once the sun comes out, we're going to see actually how many people are going to be taking advantage of it. I was curious to know, you mentioned that the bike volumes have increased, that you've seen that. Did you conduct some pre-project counts? And
Good question, Councilmember. As I'm not sure if it was in the slide, but the reason we haven't yet conducted the official survey is because first, project construction is not complete, and second is our before survey was conducted in December. To be fair and not to compare our summer volume with December, to show success of the project, I thought it would be fair to wait, but we certainly can conduct another survey to at least see the different type of users we're getting, to have some sort of percentage of use, how many are using the cycle track, how many are using the bike lane, but to have like a governing point to compare to, I think December would be a better survey. I can definitely conduct both. I can do something after the project completion, maybe in a few weeks after, and then do another one in December.
yeah, that would be interesting to know.
And there's a slide, were you done?
Oh, I just had one more point to make, but if you wanted to talk about that, you can go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that I like this idea Judy brought up about doing a video, and I think that there's a lot of ways to educate the community about this, because I do recognize that there are a lot of people that are fearful and feel out of place because they don't know how to use it. And I think just if the city is able to provide an entry point, either like, let's give a tour and walk through it and talk through it, and not force people to get on bikes if they're not comfortable with that. But I think there's a lot of entry points that we can provide as a city, just to accustom folks to it. But otherwise, it's beautiful. I love it, having options of, my husband brought up this point. I thought it was so smart. He's like, when you're in a car, it doesn't matter how big it is or how little it is, you should be going the speed limit. But when you're in a bike, you have all these different options. If you're a child, you're going to be riding slower. If you're, a vehicular cyclist, you're riding faster. So just seeing that we've dedicated more space to the different type of riders that we have is it's a more comfortable thing for everybody, including drivers. So thank you for having the courage to make it happen.
Yes, and the one difference, and I think a important point of education relates to the many yield signs that are part of the cycle track. Each intersection that you have, the cyclists have a yield sign. So if there is a car, coming the opposite direction that's making a left or right turn in front of you, it's incumbent upon the cyclist to yield to that driver. So it's important to note that, and because number one, we don't want a disaster, and number two, if there is a conflict, and it's likely that the yield sign is going to be a problem for the cyclist. So that particular education, I think, is really important. But overall, it's been very enjoyable to ride, and I look forward to, as more people get the hang of all the lines and the new stuff and signs, that it will be embraced. So I see no other requests to speak. I see no other public speakers. So I think that means that I know that means that we're done with the informational items. Thank you very much to both Jill and Abraham. No council member initiated items. City council member reports pursuant to AB 1234.
Nothing to report.
I had a Encina Wastewater Authority Policy Finance Committee meeting yesterday where we made a couple of recommendations that will be taken up next week at the full EWA board meeting.
Nothing to report.
Sandag's had a couple meetings. We got an audit report that was a little discouraging. A lot of pretty hefty issues that needed to be addressed, and Sandag is continuing to work to update their computer system and their policies to reflect the auditor's report. We're also doing a lot of workshopping right now to kind of raise some particular issues that we'll be considering as we begin the process of updating the regional transportation plan, which strangely enough, we have an approved regional transportation plan, but the road user charge is still in it. So they're working to get that out. And road user charge continues to be a hot topic and a wedge issue that gets used quite a bit. So we know that we have to have a county that is more in agreement than not in order to get any sort of revenue-raising measure passed through Sandag. Speaking of which, there is a private measure that has been announced. I think they're circulating a petition, but I need to get more details on that. That's not being done at Sandag. That's a private matter. City manager reports.
Yes, just one item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have been waiting for some very important pieces for our stone steps repair, and they came in. And so I hope to be able to make an announcement by the end of the week of the reopening. So we'll see how the last bit of construction goes and the inspection, and then hopefully we'll be making an announcement of it reopening.
Thank you. I can show my face in my neighborhood again once it's open.
I showed my face in your neighborhood and looked at that work being done, and I think I saw the wood that came in. It looks very well treated, and I'm anxious for it to get in place. Looking over, you could see the scaffolding in place and the work being done. Yeah, it's taking way too long, so hopefully we can get it done soon. Mr. City Attorney, any reports?
No report this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. City Clerk reports? No reports. So that brings us to an adjournment, and I would ask that you indulge me the opportunity to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of a couple of really, really long-time Encinitas residents. The first of which is Jay Williams, who was a teacher in the San Diego School District for many, many years and was actually involved in the hiring of my father, helped him to get his previous records matched up to get paid as much as possible since he was growing a family so quickly. But I served with Jay on the Encinitas Historical Society board when he was retired and I was not, and it was an honor to work with him. I'm going to read his obituary. Jay was a man of integrity, faith, generosity, and service. He lived his life well with purpose and gratitude. He was the 1942 senior class president at San Diego High School. He was a U.S. Navy World War II veteran, a graduate of Whittier College, and teacher for San Diego Union High School District for 31 years. He received several Teacher of the Year awards and Senior Citizen of the Year awards from the city of Encinitas. He was a longtime member and volunteer of the Encinitas Historical Society and served as their president for a few years. He was a fixture of the San Diego United Methodist Church of Encinitas for 95 years and especially enjoyed singing in the choir. He worked at the Del Mar Fair alongside his wife for more than 40 years. At age 98, he still tended to his garden and field of California poppies daily at his home in Cardiff, where he lived most of his life. He leaves behind his beloved wife, Wanda, of 62 years, daughter and son-in-law, Cheryl and Mark Robinson, son, Brad Williams, and grandchildren, Joel and Emily Robinson. He was deeply loved and admired and impacted many lives, but none more profoundly than those in his family. And then word last night that Carol Naylor passed away at the age of 90. She is the mother of a classmate of mine from San Diego. And I didn't know her when I was young, but I got to know her over the last decade plus as we found that we were politically aligned and actively engaged in politics here in our city. And she's a great woman, and she's now out of pain and undoubtedly in heaven. So with that, in honor of Jay Williams and Carol Naylor, this meeting is adjourned.